Let me ask you something that might make you uncomfortable. What if everything you've been taught about building wealth and security is not just wrong, but dangerously backwards? What if the very mindset that society has programmed into you, work hard, climb the corporate ladder, save for retirement, is actually the biggest obstacle standing between you and the life you really want? I'm not talking about get-rich-quick schemes or lottery ticket thinking. I'm talking about a fundamental shift in how you view money, opportunity, and your own potential. A shift that separates the wealthy from the workers, the builders from the followers, the free from the trapped. Here's a story that changed my perspective forever. Two college roommates, Michael and David, graduated with identical degrees from the same university in 2005. Both were smart, hardworking, and ambitious. Both wanted financial freedom and the ability to provide for their families. Michael took the traditional path. He landed a great job at a Fortune 500 company, earning $45,000 a year. Over 18 years, he worked his way up, received regular raises, and by 2023, he was making $85,000 annually. He maxed out his 401k, bought a nice house, and felt proud of his steady climb up the corporate ladder. By every conventional measure, Michael was successful. David took a different path. Instead of looking for job security, he looked for problems to solve. He started a small digital marketing agency from his apartment, initially making less than minimum wage. He worked 80-hour weeks, faced multiple failures, and had months where he barely scraped by. But David was building something. By year 5, his agency was generating 6 figures annually. By year 10, he had a team of 15 employees and was pulling in over $500,000 per year. By 2023, David sold his company for $2.8 million and started his next venture. Same starting point. Same intelligence. Same work ethic. But after 18 years, one had accumulated about $200,000 in retirement savings, while the other had built over $3 million in net worth and complete time freedom. The difference? Their mindset. Michael thought like an employee. David thought like an entrepreneur. Now, before you think this is just another success story about the chosen few, let me stop you right there. David wasn't special. He didn't have rich parents, insider connections, or some secret business degree. What he had was a different way of thinking, a way of thinking that you can learn, develop, and master. This isn't about quitting your job tomorrow or taking reckless risks. This is about understanding why 88% of millionaires are business owners, while only 12% built their wealth through traditional employment alone. It's about recognizing why the average millionaire has 7 different income sources, while most employees have just one. But here's what really keeps me up at night. Every single day, thousands of brilliant, capable people are trading their most valuable asset, their time, for a paycheck that will never, ever give them true financial freedom. They're working harder and harder, climbing higher and higher on a ladder that's leaning against the wrong wall. They've been conditioned to seek security in a world where the only real security comes from controlling your own income sources. They've been taught to avoid risk in an economy where the biggest risk is playing it safe. If you're listening to this right now, I suspect you feel it too. That nagging sense that there has to be more. That voice in your head asking, is this all there is? That growing realization that maybe, just maybe, the conventional path isn't going to get you where you want to go. Maybe you're tired of asking permission to take vacation days for your own life. Maybe you're frustrated watching your boss make decisions that you know are wrong, but you have no power to change. Maybe you're scared about what happens to your family if you get laid off, passed over, or your industry gets disrupted. Or maybe you're just hungry. Hungry for something bigger than a 3% annual raise. Hungry for the freedom to make your own decisions, control your own schedule, and build something that matters. Hungry for the kind of wealth that doesn't just pay the bills, but creates options, opportunities, and legacy. If any of this resonates, then this audiobook is for you. Over the next several hours, I'm going to show you exactly how to make the mental shift from employee thinking to entrepreneur thinking. Not through theory or fluff, but through practical, proven strategies that you can start implementing immediately. You're going to discover why the biggest lie you've been told is that entrepreneurship is risky, when the real risk is depending on someone else for your financial future. The 3 psychological traps that keep employees trapped in the time-for-money exchange, and how to break free from each one. The exact mindset shifts that separate the wealthy from the wanting, and why these shifts are more important than any business strategy you'll ever learn. How to start thinking like a business owner even while you're still an employee, so you can test the waters without burning your bridges. The hidden psychology of wealth building that schools never teach, but every millionaire understands. And most importantly, how to make this transformation safely, strategically, and in a way that actually reduces your financial risk instead of increasing it. Look, I'm not here to promise you overnight success or tell you it's going to be easy. Building wealth through business ownership requires work, persistence, and yes, some calculated risks. But what I can promise you is this: once you truly understand the difference between employee thinking and entrepreneur thinking, you'll never see opportunity the same way again. You'll start noticing problems that others complain about as potential profit centers. You'll begin building assets instead of just earning wages. You'll develop the confidence that comes from knowing you're in control of your own financial destiny. The question isn't whether you're smart enough, talented enough, or connected enough to build significant wealth through business ownership. The question is whether you're ready to challenge everything you've been taught about how wealth is really created. Because at the end of the day, you have 2 choices: you can keep thinking like an employee and hope that someday, somehow, someone else will provide for your financial future, or you can start thinking like an entrepreneur and take control of your own destiny. The choice is yours. But first, you need to understand exactly what that choice means. So settle in, open your mind, and prepare to see the world of money and opportunity through completely different eyes. Because by the time you finish listening to this audiobook, you won't just understand the difference between employee thinking and entrepreneur thinking. You'll be living it. Welcome to The Business Owner's Mind. Your transformation starts now. Before we dive into Chapter 1, if this introduction resonated with you and you're ready to transform your thinking, do me a quick favor, hit that subscribe button and give this video a like. EchoLib is all about bringing you life-changing audiobooks like this one, and your support helps us continue creating content that can genuinely transform your financial future. Plus, you won't want to miss our upcoming releases on wealth building, personal growth, and the psychology of success. Alright, let's get started. Chapter 1: The Security Illusion. Why job security is the biggest lie you've been told. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah was 47 years old, a dedicated marketing manager at a well-established retail company. She'd been there for 14 years, climbed steadily through the ranks, and earned what most people would consider a very respectable $78,000 salary. Sarah had a mortgage, 2 kids in college, and what she thought was rock-solid job security. She followed all the rules. Showed up early, stayed late, never missed a deadline. She was the model employee, loyal, hardworking, and completely invested in her company's success. Sarah even turned down 2 job offers over the years because, as she told her husband, "Why take a risk when I have such a secure position here?" On a Tuesday morning in March, Sarah was called into her manager's office and told that her position was being eliminated. Not because she did anything wrong. Not because she wasn't valuable. Simply because the company decided to restructure and optimize operations. After 14 years of dedicated service, Sarah was given 2 weeks' notice and a modest severance package. Within 6 months, Sarah had burned through her savings. Within a year, she was forced to sell her home. Now, I'm not telling you Sarah's story to scare you. I'm telling it to you because Sarah's story is happening right now, today, to thousands of people who believed in the same illusion that most employees cling to like a life raft, the illusion of job security. Here's the hard truth that no one wants to talk about: in today's economy, job security is not just rare, it's largely a myth. And believing in this myth is one of the most dangerous financial decisions you can make. The numbers don't lie. Let me share some statistics that might shock you. The average American will change jobs 12 times during their career. 12 times. That means even if you think you have job security today, odds are overwhelming that you'll be looking for work again, and again, and again. The median tenure at a single company is now just 4.1 years. Think about that. 4 years. You spend more time paying off a car loan than the average person spends at a single company. But here's the statistic that should really wake you up: 40% of Fortune 500 companies from the year 2000 no longer exist today. These weren't small startups or risky ventures. These were the biggest, most secure companies in America. Companies that millions of employees thought were too big to fail. Kodak, Blockbuster, Circuit City, Borders, CompUSA. These weren't just companies, they were institutions. Employees who worked there thought they had chosen the safest possible career paths. They were wrong. But the real problem isn't that companies fail or downsize. The real problem is what believing in job security does to your mind. It makes you passive. It makes you dependent. It makes you vulnerable in ways you don't even realize. The psychology of false security. When you believe your job is secure, you stop preparing for alternatives. You stop developing new skills. You stop building relationships outside your company. You put all your eggs in one basket and then convince yourself the basket is made of steel. This is what I call security thinking, and it's one of the most dangerous forms of mental programming you can have. Security thinking tells you to keep your head down and don't make waves. Be grateful for whatever raises they give you. Save money in low-yield savings accounts instead of investing in yourself. Avoid taking risks that could dramatically improve your situation. Depend entirely on your employer's health insurance, retirement plan, and continued existence. But here's what security thinking doesn't prepare you for: your company getting acquired and your position eliminated. Your entire industry being disrupted by technology. Economic downturns that force mass layoffs. Your boss deciding they don't like you. Health issues that prevent you from working. Wanting to retire before age 65. Now, let me be clear about something. I'm not saying all jobs are bad or that every company is evil. What I'm saying is that putting your financial future entirely in someone else's hands, no matter how trustworthy they seem, is a strategy destined for disappointment. The hidden risks of employment. Let's talk about the risks that no one mentions in career counseling sessions. Single point of failure risk. When your entire income depends on one source, you have what engineers call a single point of failure. If that source disappears, everything collapses. It's like building a house on one support beam. No matter how strong that beam is, if it breaks, the whole structure falls down. Income ceiling risk. Every job has a maximum earning potential. Even if you get promoted every 2 years and receive above-average raises, there's still a ceiling. You can only climb so high before you run out of ladder. Entrepreneurs don't have income ceilings, they have income floors that they're constantly trying to raise. Time dependency risk. In a job, your income stops the moment you stop working. Get sick, take vacation, or decide to retire, and your paycheck disappears. You're literally trading time for money, which means your earning potential is limited by the number of hours in a day and years in your career. Inflation risk. While your salary might increase by 2 to 4% annually, your expenses often increase faster. What felt like a good salary 5 years ago might barely cover your basic needs today. You're not just failing to get ahead, you're actually falling behind, just very slowly. Skills obsolescence risk. When you specialize in doing one thing for one company, your skills can become narrow and company-specific. What happens when those skills are no longer needed? When your industry changes? When technology makes your expertise irrelevant? I learned this lesson the hard way early in my career. I thought I was being smart by taking a stable position at what seemed like a growing company. I was making decent money, had good benefits, and felt secure. But I wasn't growing. I wasn't learning new skills. I wasn't building anything that belonged to me. When the company decided to outsource my entire department, I realized that my security was completely out of my control. I had been living in an illusion, and that illusion almost cost me everything. That's when I understood the fundamental difference between real security and the illusion of security. What real security looks like. Real security doesn't come from having one really good job. Real security comes from having multiple income sources, skills that are always in demand, and the confidence to create value wherever you go. Real security comes from owning assets that generate income whether you're working or not. From having a business that can run without you. From having investments that compound over time. From having skills that allow you to solve problems and create value in any economic environment. Real security comes from knowing that if everything disappeared tomorrow, you have the mindset and abilities to rebuild it all from scratch. Here's the paradox that most people never understand: the people who seem to take the biggest risks, entrepreneurs, business owners, investors, actually have the most security. Why? Because they've learned to create security instead of hoping someone else will provide it for them. They've learned to control their income instead of depending on it. They've learned to build systems that work without them instead of jobs that only work when they're present. They've learned to create value that scales instead of trading time that doesn't. The opportunity cost of playing it safe. But here's what really keeps me up at night: it's not just the financial risk of believing in job security. It's the opportunity cost. Every year you spend believing that someone else is responsible for your financial future is a year you're not building your own wealth-generating systems. Every year you spend climbing someone else's corporate ladder is a year you're not building your own business. Every year you spend playing it safe is a year you're not developing the skills, mindset, and confidence that create real financial freedom. The saddest part? Most people don't realize they're making this trade-off until it's too late. They wake up at 45 or 55 or 65 and suddenly understand that all those years of playing it safe didn't make them safe at all, it made them vulnerable. But here's the good news: once you recognize the security illusion for what it is, you can start making different choices. You can start building real security instead of hoping for fake security. You can start thinking like an owner instead of thinking like an employee. And that transformation starts with understanding that the biggest risk in today's economy isn't starting a business or investing in yourself or learning new skills. The biggest risk is assuming that someone else will take care of your financial future better than you will. So let me ask you a question: are you ready to stop living in the security illusion? Are you ready to take control of your own financial destiny? Are you ready to start building real security instead of hoping someone else will provide it for you? If the answer is yes, then you're ready for the next chapter, where we're going to explore the second trap that keeps employees stuck: the fundamental limitation of trading time for money. Because once you understand why hourly thinking is wealth thinking's worst enemy, you'll never see your earning potential the same way again. Chapter 2: Trading Time for Money. The fundamental limitation of hourly thinking. Imagine for a moment that I offered you two different ways to fill a swimming pool. Option 1, I give you a bucket. Every hour you work, you can carry one bucket of water to the pool. Work 8 hours, fill 8 buckets. Work 40 hours, fill 40 buckets. The math is simple, predictable, and completely dependent on your physical presence and effort. Option 2, I help you build a pipeline. It takes more work up front: planning, designing, constructing. Some days you work 12 hours and see no water in the pool at all. But once that pipeline is complete, water flows into your pool 24 hours a day, whether you're awake or asleep, whether you're healthy or sick, whether you're working or on vacation. Most employees spend their entire careers carrying buckets. Entrepreneurs build pipelines. This is the fundamental difference between trading time for money and building systems that generate wealth. And until you understand this difference, really understand it, you'll never break free from the financial limitations that trap most working people. The time for money trap. Let me tell you about James, a brilliant software engineer I met a few years ago. James was making $95,000 a year at a tech company, a salary that most people would consider quite successful. He was putting in his 40 hours a week, sometimes more, and felt pretty good about his financial situation. But James had a problem he didn't even realize: his income was completely dependent on his time. Every dollar he earned required him to show up, clock in, and trade his life energy for a paycheck. When James got sick and had to take 2 weeks off, his income stopped. When he wanted to take a 3-week vacation to Europe, he had to use his limited vacation days, and even then, he wasn't earning anything while he was gone. When James thought about retirement, he realized he would need to work for 35 more years to save enough money to maintain his lifestyle. James was stuck in what I call linear income thinking. Work 1 hour, get paid for 1 hour. Work 40 hours, get paid for 40 hours. Stop working, stop getting paid. It's a straight-line relationship that has a built-in ceiling that most people never see coming. Here's the brutal math of trading time for money: you have 24 hours in a day. You need to sleep for 8 of those hours. You need to eat, commute, and handle basic life tasks for at least 4 more hours. That leaves you with 12 potentially productive hours per day, maximum. Even if you could somehow monetize every single one of those 12 hours, which you can't, you're still limited to 12 times 365 is equal to 4,380 hours per year. That's your absolute ceiling. You cannot physically work more hours than exist. So if you're making $50 per hour, your maximum theoretical income is $219,000 per year. If you're making $25 per hour, your ceiling is $109,500. And that's assuming you literally never take a day off, never get sick, never go on vacation, and never sleep more than 8 hours a night. Of course, nobody can actually work 12 hours a day, 365 days a year. The realistic ceiling is much lower, probably closer to 2,000 billable hours per year if you're really pushing it. Which means your real income ceiling is much, much lower than even these generous estimates. The raise and promotion illusion. But wait, you might be thinking, what about raises and promotions? What about career advancement? Let me share some numbers that might surprise you. The average annual raise in the United States is between 3 to 5%. Let's be generous and say you get a 5% raise every single year of your career. If you start at $50,000 at age 25, by age 65 you'll be making about $352,000 per year. That sounds pretty good, right? But here's what that doesn't account for: inflation. Over the same 40-year period, assuming a 3% annual inflation rate, something that costs $50,000 today will cost about $163,000 in 40 years. Your $352,000 salary will have the purchasing power of about $108,000 in today's money. So after 40 years of steady raises, you'll have roughly doubled your real purchasing power. That's a 1.8% annual real return on your career investment. Compare that to the stock market's average annual return of about 10%, or real estate's average return of about 8%, and you start to see the problem. But it gets worse. What about promotions? The reality is that corporate structures are shaped like pyramids. There are many entry-level positions, fewer mid-level positions, and very few executive positions. The higher you climb, the fewer opportunities exist. At some point in your career, whether it's at the supervisor level, manager level, or director level, you're going to hit a ceiling that has nothing to do with your abilities and everything to do with mathematical reality. There simply aren't enough executive positions for everyone who deserves them. I learned this lesson watching my own father. He was incredibly intelligent, worked harder than anyone I knew, and was completely dedicated to his company. Over 30 years, he received regular raises and several promotions. He climbed from an entry-level position to middle management, and felt proud of his steady progress. But somewhere around age 50, his upward mobility stopped. Not because he wasn't capable. Not because he stopped working hard. Simply because there were no more rungs on the ladder for him to climb. He spent the last 15 years of his career making essentially the same salary, watching his purchasing power slowly erode to inflation, counting down the days until retirement. My father was a victim of what I call ladder thinking, the belief that if you just work hard and climb long enough, you'll eventually reach financial freedom. But here's the problem with ladders: they all have tops. And most people reach their ladder's top long before they reach their financial goals. The retirement math crisis. Let's talk about retirement for a moment, because this is where the time for money trap becomes truly devastating. Financial advisors typically recommend that you'll need about 80% of your pre-retirement income to maintain your lifestyle in retirement. If you're making $75,000 per year when you retire, you'll need about $60,000 per year to live comfortably. Using the 4% rule, which says you can safely withdraw 4% of your retirement savings annually, you'd need about $1.5 million saved to generate $60,000 per year in retirement income. How long would it take you to save $1.5 million? If you're able to save 10% of a $75,000 salary, which is actually higher than what most Americans save, you're putting away $7,500 per year. Even assuming a 7% annual return on your investments, it would take you 37 years to accumulate $1.5 million. Think about that. 37 years of working, saving, and investing just to maintain 80% of your current lifestyle in retirement. And that's assuming everything goes perfectly: no market crashes, no job losses, no major health expenses, no economic disasters. But here's the real kicker: while you're spending 37 years slowly building your retirement nest egg, entrepreneurs are building businesses that generate $60,000 per year in passive income. Not in 37 years. In 5 to 10 years. The business owner doesn't need $1.5 million in the bank to retire. They need a business that generates $5,000 per month in profit whether they're working or not. And once they build one business that does that, they can build another one. And another one. The entrepreneur's math. Let me show you how entrepreneurs think about income generation differently. Instead of asking, "How can I increase my hourly rate?" entrepreneurs ask, "How can I create value that scales?" Instead of thinking, "I need to work more hours to make more money," entrepreneurs think, "I need to build systems that work without me." Instead of focusing on, "What's my salary?" entrepreneurs focus on, "What's my net worth and how fast is it growing?" This is the difference between linear thinking and exponential thinking. Linear thinking says 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is equal to 4. Exponential thinking says 1 times 2 times 2 times 2 is equal to 8. Both require the same number of steps, but exponential thinking produces twice the result. Let me tell you about Maria, a former teacher who understood this principle. Maria was making $42,000 per year teaching elementary school. She loved teaching, but she was frustrated by the financial limitations. Even with regular raises and additional education, she calculated that she'd never make more than about $55,000 per year in her district. So Maria started a small online tutoring business. She began by offering one-on-one tutoring sessions in the evenings and weekends, essentially trading her time for money at a higher hourly rate. But Maria understood the limitation of this approach. Within 6 months, Maria had hired 2 other tutors to work for her business. She was no longer just trading her own time for money, she was building a system that could generate income from other people's time too. Within 2 years, Maria had developed online courses that she could sell repeatedly without additional time investment. Students could purchase her courses 24/7, from anywhere in the world, whether Maria was sleeping or teaching at her day job. Within 5 years, Maria's online education business was generating more income than her teaching salary, and she was able to leave the classroom to focus on building her business full-time. Today, Maria's business generates over $200,000 per year, and she works fewer hours than she did as a teacher. More importantly, her income isn't limited by the number of hours in a day or the salary schedule of a school district. If she wants to double her income, she doesn't need to find a way to work 80 hours per week, she needs to scale her systems and hire more talented people. Breaking free from hourly thinking. The first step to breaking free from the time for money trap is recognizing that your goal shouldn't be to find a higher paying job. Your goal should be to create income sources that aren't dependent on your constant presence and effort. This means shifting your focus from increasing your hourly rate to increasing your hourly impact. Instead of asking, "How can I get paid more per hour?" start asking, "How can I create value that scales beyond my personal time investment?" This means thinking about assets instead of income. Instead of focusing on your monthly paycheck, start focusing on building things that will generate monthly paychecks for you: rental properties, dividend-paying investments, business systems, intellectual property, anything that produces income without consuming your time. This means developing owner mindset instead of worker mindset. Instead of looking for someone to hire you, start looking for problems you can solve, value you can create, and systems you can build. Now, I'm not suggesting you should quit your job tomorrow and start a business. What I'm suggesting is that you should stop thinking like your job is your only option for generating income. You can start building systems and assets while you're still employed. You can start developing an owner mindset while you're still an employee. You can start creating value that scales while you're still trading time for money in your day job. The key is recognizing that every hour you spend only focused on your job is an hour you're not spending building alternative income sources. And every year you spend believing that trading time for money is your only option is a year you're falling further behind people who are building wealth-generating systems. Here's the truth that most people discover too late. Time is your most valuable asset, and trading it for money, no matter how much money, is always a losing proposition in the long run. The wealthy understand this. They don't trade time for money. They invest time to build money-generating systems. They don't focus on increasing their hourly rate. They focus on creating value that compounds and scales. They understand that the goal isn't to work harder or longer. The goal is to work on things that continue producing value long after the work is done. In our next chapter, we're going to explore another mental trap that keeps employees stuck: permission-based thinking. Because once you understand how employment conditions you to seek approval for everything, you'll start to see why so many brilliant people never reach their potential. You'll learn why innovation dies in corporate structures, and more importantly, how to break free from the psychological need for external validation that keeps most people playing small. Chapter 3: Permission-based thinking. How employment trains you to seek approval for everything. Let me ask you something that might sound ridiculous at first. When was the last time you asked someone for permission to go to the bathroom? If you're like most adults, the answer is probably never, unless you're at work. At work, we've somehow accepted that it's normal for grown adults to ask permission for the most basic human needs. We ask permission to take lunch breaks, permission to leave early, permission to take vacation days we've earned, permission to work from home, permission to pursue new projects. We've become so conditioned to seek approval that most employees can't make any significant decision without checking with someone higher up the corporate food chain first. This is what I call permission-based thinking, and it's one of the most creativity-killing, wealth-destroying mental patterns that employment creates. Once you understand how this mindset develops and how it limits your potential, you'll never see corporate culture the same way again. The making of a permission seeker. Think about how employment training actually works. From your very first day on the job, you're taught that someone else is responsible for deciding what you should work on, how you should work on it, when you should work on it, and whether you're doing it well enough. You're given an employee handbook that tells you exactly what time to arrive, when you can leave, how long your breaks should be, what you're allowed to wear, what websites you can visit, and what kind of personal conversations are acceptable. You're assigned a supervisor whose job is to monitor your performance, correct your mistakes, and approve your decisions. You learn quickly that independent thinking is less valued than following procedures, and that questioning established systems is often seen as insubordination rather than innovation. Over time, this creates a psychological dependency that extends far beyond work hours. You start seeking permission and approval for decisions that you're perfectly capable of making yourself. I remember the moment I realized how deeply this conditioning had affected me. I had been working at a consulting firm for about 3 years, and I had an idea for improving one of our client processes. It was a good idea. I knew it could save the client significant time and money. But instead of developing the idea and presenting a complete solution, my first instinct was to ask my manager if I should pursue it. Then I asked if I could spend time researching it. Then I asked if I could present it to the client. At every step, I was seeking permission for things that, as a professional adult, I should have been empowered to handle myself. What's worse, the approval process took so long that by the time I got permission to present the idea, someone at another firm had already proposed something similar to the client. That's when I realized that permission-based thinking doesn't just slow you down, it kills innovation and opportunity. The innovation killer. Here's something that most people don't understand about large corporations: they're not designed to innovate. They're designed to execute established processes efficiently and predictably. Innovation is messy, unpredictable, and risky, everything that corporate structures are built to minimize. This is why truly innovative companies are almost always started by entrepreneurs, not developed within existing corporations. The permission-seeking culture that keeps large organizations stable and predictable is the exact opposite of the mindset required for breakthrough innovation. Let me tell you about Tom, a brilliant engineer who worked for one of the world's largest technology companies. Tom had an idea for a new type of software that could revolutionize how small businesses managed their inventory. He was passionate about it, had done extensive research, and was confident it could be a game changer. But Tom worked for a company with 180,000 employees. To pursue his idea, he needed approval from his immediate supervisor, who needed approval from his department head, who needed approval from the division manager, who needed approval from the vice president, who needed approval from the executive committee. After 18 months of meetings, presentations, revisions, and bureaucratic delays, Tom's idea was finally approved for a pilot program with a small budget and limited scope. By that time, 3 different startups had already launched similar products and captured significant market share. Tom's idea was great. Tom's execution would have been excellent. But Tom was trapped in a permission-based system that moved at the speed of committee meetings and approval processes, not at the speed of market opportunity. Even worse, when the pilot program finally launched, it had been so modified by various committee inputs and corporate requirements that it barely resembled Tom's original vision. The final product was safe, predictable, and completely mediocre, exactly what you'd expect from something designed by committee. That's not how we do things here disease. Every organization develops its own way of doing things. Standard operating procedures. Best practices. Company policies. These aren't necessarily bad, they provide consistency and efficiency for routine operations. But there's a dark side to organizational culture that most employees never recognize. It conditions you to see established ways of doing things as the only acceptable ways of doing things. How many times have you heard, or said, "That's not how we do things here," in response to a new idea? How many potentially innovative solutions have been dismissed simply because they didn't fit the established pattern? This phrase represents everything wrong with permission-based thinking. It assumes that the current way of doing things is optimal, that change is inherently dangerous, and that new approaches need to justify themselves against the status quo. But here's what entrepreneurs understand that employees don't: "That's not how we do things here" is often the best reason to do something. If nobody else is doing it, that might be because nobody else has thought of it. If it's different from the standard approach, that might be exactly why it will work. Consider the story of Netflix. When Reed Hastings first proposed a DVD by mail service, the response from established video rental companies was essentially, "That's not how we do things here." Customers come to stores, browse physical inventory, and return movies within a few days. That's how the video rental business works. Blockbuster had the resources, infrastructure, and customer base to dominate the DVD by mail market. They also had the opportunity to develop streaming services years before Netflix did. But they were trapped by permission-based thinking and the "that's not how we do things here" mindset. Netflix wasn't constrained by existing ways of doing business because they didn't have existing ways of doing business. They could innovate freely because they didn't need permission from anyone to try new approaches. Today, Netflix is worth over $150 billion, and Blockbuster is a case study in business school textbooks about the dangers of being unable to adapt and innovate. The creativity tax. Permission-based thinking creates what I call a creativity tax, the cost of needing approval for every new idea, every deviation from standard procedure, every attempt to improve existing processes. This tax isn't just measured in time delays, though those can be enormous. It's also measured in the psychological cost of having your ideas filtered through multiple layers of people who may not understand them, may not share your vision, and may not have the same incentive to see them succeed. Over time, most employees learn to stop paying this creativity tax by simply stopping the generation of creative ideas. It's easier to do exactly what's expected, exactly as it's always been done, than to fight the permission-seeking battle over and over again. This is why so many intelligent, capable people seem to lose their innovative edge after a few years in corporate environments. It's not that they become less creative, it's that they learn to suppress their creativity because the organizational system punishes it. But here's what you need to understand: every time you ask permission for something you're capable of deciding yourself, you're reinforcing your own psychological dependence. Every time you wait for approval before pursuing an opportunity, you're training yourself to be passive instead of proactive. And every time you accept "that's not how we do things here" as a reason not to innovate, you're choosing comfort over growth. Breaking free from permission dependency. Entrepreneurs don't ask permission, they ask for forgiveness. They understand that in a rapidly changing world, waiting for approval often means missing opportunities entirely. This doesn't mean being reckless or ignoring important stakeholders. It means taking ownership of your decisions and their consequences. It means being willing to act on incomplete information rather than waiting for perfect consensus. Most importantly, it means recognizing that your ideas, insights, and innovations have value, even if they don't fit existing organizational patterns. Let me tell you about Lisa, a marketing manager who understood this principle. Lisa worked for a mid-sized manufacturing company that had always relied on traditional trade publications for their marketing. The company's marketing approach hadn't changed in 15 years, and their market share was slowly declining. Lisa had an idea: what if they created educational content online and built relationships with potential customers through social media? It was a completely different approach from anything the company had tried before. Instead of asking permission to pursue this idea, Lisa started small. She began creating helpful content during her lunch breaks and posting it on LinkedIn under her own name. She started engaging with industry professionals and potential customers through online conversations. Within 3 months, Lisa's content was generating more qualified leads for the company than their traditional advertising. Instead of asking permission to expand the program, Lisa presented the results and asked for resources to scale what was already working. Lisa's approach worked because she understood a fundamental principle: results trump permission. When you can demonstrate value, you don't need approval, you have leverage. But more importantly, Lisa had broken free from permission-based thinking. She had proven to herself that she could identify opportunities, develop solutions, and create value without waiting for someone else to give her the green light. The owner's mindset. This is the fundamental difference between employee thinking and owner thinking. Employees ask, "Am I allowed to do this?" Owners ask, "Should I do this?" Employees seek permission. Owners take responsibility. Employees wait for opportunities to be assigned to them. Owners create opportunities for themselves and others. Employees worry about following procedures. Owners worry about achieving results. This mindset shift is absolutely critical for anyone who wants to build significant wealth, because wealth creation almost always requires doing things that haven't been done before, in ways that haven't been tried before, at speeds that committees can't match. You can start developing owner mindset even while you're still an employee. Start making decisions you're capable of making without seeking unnecessary approval. Start looking for problems you can solve without waiting for someone to assign them to you. Start thinking about how to improve results, not just how to follow procedures. Most importantly, start recognizing the difference between decisions that genuinely require input from others and decisions that you're seeking permission for out of habit or fear. Because here's the truth. The world doesn't need more people who are good at following instructions. The world needs more people who are good at identifying what instructions should be. The world doesn't need more people who wait for permission. The world needs more people who take responsibility. And the wealth-building opportunities of the future won't go to people who are best at seeking approval. They'll go to people who are best at creating value, solving problems, and taking ownership of results. In our next chapter, we're going to explore what happens when you combine permission-based thinking with linear income thinking. We'll look at how employment creates what I call ownership thinking, the fundamental shift from asking, "What's my job?" to asking, "What needs to be solved?" Because once you understand how to think like an owner instead of an employee, you'll start seeing opportunities everywhere that other people completely miss. Chapter 4: Ownership Thinking. From "What's my job?" to "What needs to be solved?" Imagine walking into two different restaurants on the same evening. Both have the same quality of food, similar prices, and comparable locations. But your experience at each restaurant is completely different. At the first restaurant, your server takes your order, brings your food, and collects payment. When you mention that your steak is overcooked, the server says, "I'm sorry, but I don't handle the cooking. Let me get my manager." When you ask about dessert options, the response is, "That's not really my section, but I think we have some cakes." The service is adequate, but uninspiring. At the second restaurant, your server notices you're celebrating an anniversary before you even mention it. When your steak arrives slightly overcooked, they immediately apologize, send it back to the kitchen, and bring you a complimentary appetizer while you wait. They recommend the perfect wine pairing and suggest the restaurant's signature dessert. They make your evening memorable. What's the difference between these two servers? The first one thinks like an employee. The second one thinks like an owner. This is the fundamental shift we're going to explore in this chapter, the transformation from job-focused thinking to ownership-focused thinking. It's the difference between asking, "What am I supposed to do?" and asking, "What needs to happen here?" And once you understand this shift, you'll never approach problems, opportunities, or your own potential the same way again. The employee question versus the owner question. Every situation you encounter in life can be approached with one of two fundamental questions. The employee question, "What's my job?" The owner question, "What needs to be solved?" These might sound similar, but they lead to completely different behaviors, different opportunities, and ultimately, different levels of wealth and success. When you ask, "What's my job?" you're defining your responsibilities by limitations. You're looking for boundaries, seeking clarity about what's expected, and trying to avoid doing more than what you're paid for. When you ask, "What needs to be solved?" you're defining your responsibilities by opportunities. You're looking for problems that need fixing, value that needs creating, and improvements that need making. Let me tell you about two employees who worked at the same company and faced the same challenging situation. Their different approaches illustrate exactly what I'm talking about. Rachel and Kevin both worked as customer service representatives for a growing e-commerce company. The company was experiencing rapid growth, which meant they were constantly dealing with overwhelmed systems, frustrated customers, and operational challenges that weren't covered in their employee manual. Rachel approached each day by asking, "What's my job?" Her job, as defined by her supervisor, was to answer customer calls, resolve complaints according to established procedures, and escalate issues she couldn't handle to management. Rachel was competent, reliable, and followed procedures perfectly. Kevin approached each day by asking, "What needs to be solved?" He noticed that many customer complaints were caused by confusing product descriptions on the website. Instead of just handling complaints as they came in, Kevin started documenting patterns and proposed specific changes to product listings that would prevent the complaints in the first place. Rachel handled her assigned cases efficiently. Kevin prevented dozens of cases from happening at all. Rachel was seen as a good employee. Kevin was promoted to operations manager within 18 months and eventually became the company's chief operating officer. The difference wasn't intelligence, education, or even work ethic. The difference was mindset. Rachel was thinking like someone who gets paid to do a job. Kevin was thinking like someone who gets paid to create value. Taking ownership versus taking orders. Ownership thinking isn't about literally owning equity in a company, though that often follows. Ownership thinking is about taking responsibility for outcomes rather than just activities. When something goes wrong, employees ask, "Whose fault is this?" Owners ask, "How do we fix this?" When faced with a problem outside their job description, employees say, "That's not my responsibility." Owners say, "How can I help solve this?" When they see inefficiency or waste, employees think, "Someone should do something about that." Owners think, "What can I do about that?" This shift in thinking creates a completely different relationship with work, with problems, and with opportunities. I experienced this transformation firsthand early in my career. I was working as a marketing coordinator for a small software company, and my official responsibilities were pretty straightforward: create marketing materials, manage trade show logistics, and maintain our customer database. But I noticed something that bothered me. Our sales team was spending hours every week manually entering prospect information from business cards collected at trade shows. It was tedious, error-prone, and took time away from actually selling. The old me would have thought, "That's not my job. Someone in IT should figure out how to fix that." But I had started developing ownership thinking. Instead of seeing it as someone else's problem, I saw it as an opportunity to create value. I spent a weekend researching contact management solutions and found a simple scanning app that could digitize business cards automatically. I presented the solution to management, helped implement it, and saved the sales team about 8 hours per week. That initiative led to me being asked to evaluate other operational inefficiencies. Within 6 months, I had been promoted to operations manager. Within 2 years, I was offered equity in the company. But here's the really important part: that promotion and equity weren't rewards for doing my job well. They were natural consequences of thinking like an owner instead of thinking like an employee. Building equity versus earning wages. This brings us to one of the most crucial differences between employee thinking and ownership thinking: the distinction between building equity and earning wages. Wages are what you get paid for your time and effort. Equity is what you build when you create lasting value. When you focus on doing your job, you earn wages. When you focus on solving problems and creating systems, you build equity, sometimes literally, but always figuratively. Let me explain what I mean by figurative equity. Every time you solve a problem, you build reputation equity. People start seeing you as someone who gets things done. Every time you create a system or process that continues working without you, you build knowledge equity. You become the person who understands how things really work. Every time you take ownership of results rather than just activities, you build leadership equity. People start looking to you for direction and decision-making. This equity compounds over time and creates opportunities that simply don't exist for people who are focused only on earning wages. Think about the most successful people you know personally. I'm not talking about celebrities or famous entrepreneurs. I'm talking about people in your own professional circle who have achieved significant success. I'll bet that if you analyze their career trajectories, you'll find that their breakthrough moments didn't come from getting better at their assigned job responsibilities. Their breakthroughs came from taking ownership of problems that weren't technically their responsibility. They became valuable by making themselves indispensable, not by following job descriptions more precisely. The problem-solving advantage. Here's something that most employees never realize: every problem in every organization represents a potential opportunity for someone with ownership thinking. Inefficient processes, frustrated customers, communication breakdowns, resource waste, missed opportunities, these aren't just inevitable annoyances of business life. They're value creation opportunities waiting for someone to take ownership of solving them. But most employees are trained to see problems as things that someone else should fix. They report problems upward and wait for solutions to come back down. This creates a strange dynamic where the people closest to the problems, the ones who see them most clearly, are the least likely to take ownership of solving them. Let me tell you about Maria, who worked as a receptionist at a busy dental practice. Maria's official job was to answer phones, schedule appointments, and handle basic patient check-in procedures. But Maria noticed something that was costing the practice significant money. About 20% of patients were missing their appointments, and the practice had no systematic way of following up with no-shows to reschedule. An employee mindset would have seen this as, "not my job." The appointment scheduling system worked fine. Patients who didn't show up were someone else's problem, maybe the office managers or the dentist's. But Maria thought like an owner. She saw missed appointments as lost revenue that could be recovered with better systems. She proposed a simple follow-up protocol for no-shows and volunteered to implement it. Within 3 months, Maria's system had reduced no-shows by 60% and increased the practice's monthly revenue by over $8,000. The dentist was so impressed that he offered Maria a profit-sharing arrangement and eventually helped her start her own practice management consulting business. Maria didn't get rewarded because she was better at answering phones. She got rewarded because she took ownership of solving a problem that was affecting the entire business. From task-focused to impact-focused. Ownership thinking requires a fundamental shift from being task-focused to being impact-focused. Task-focused thinking asks, "Did I complete my assigned responsibilities?" Impact-focused thinking asks, "Did I create meaningful value?" Task-focused thinking measures success by activities completed. Impact-focused thinking measures success by problems solved and value created. Task-focused thinking looks for ways to do assigned work more efficiently. Impact-focused thinking looks for ways to create better outcomes for everyone involved. This shift changes everything about how you approach your work, your relationships, and your opportunities. When you start thinking about impact instead of tasks, you begin to see opportunities that other people miss entirely. You start noticing inefficiencies that could be eliminated, customer needs that aren't being met, and solutions that could benefit everyone involved. More importantly, you start developing the most valuable skill in any economy: the ability to identify what needs to be done and figure out how to do it, even when no one has specifically asked you to do it. The scalability factor. Here's why ownership thinking is so closely connected to wealth building. It's the only mindset that naturally leads to scalable value creation. When you focus on doing your job, your value is limited to what you personally can accomplish in the hours you work. When you focus on solving problems and creating systems, your value can scale beyond your personal time investment. The receptionist who just answers phones creates value for 8 hours per day. The receptionist who creates a system that prevents missed appointments creates value 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when she's not working. The customer service rep who just handles complaints creates value 1 call at a time. The customer service rep who identifies and fixes the root causes of complaints creates value for every future customer who doesn't experience those problems. This is why entrepreneurs naturally think in terms of systems, processes, and scalable solutions. They understand that the biggest opportunities don't come from doing more work, they come from creating systems that solve problems automatically. But you don't need to start a business to develop this mindset. You can start thinking like an owner right now, in whatever situation you're currently in. Start asking, what needs to be solved, instead of, what's my job? Start looking for problems you can fix, not just tasks you can complete. Start thinking about how to create lasting value, not just how to earn your next paycheck. Start taking ownership of outcomes, not just activities. Because here's what I've learned after years of studying successful people: the ones who build significant wealth don't just do jobs, they solve problems. They don't just earn wages, they build equity. They don't just follow procedures, they create value. And most importantly, they don't wait for someone to give them permission to make a difference. They take ownership of making things better, whether or not it's technically their responsibility. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how this ownership mindset translates into one of the most important skills any entrepreneur can develop: risk intelligence. Because once you understand how to evaluate and manage uncertainty like a business owner, you'll realize that the biggest risk isn't starting a business, it's never starting one. Chapter 5: Risk Intelligence. Redefining risk. The biggest risk is taking no risks. What if I told you that everything you've been taught about risk is backwards? What if the safest looking choices are actually the most dangerous, and the seemingly risky decisions are often the safest ones you can make? What if the biggest risk in your financial life isn't starting a business, investing in real estate, or learning new skills, but staying exactly where you are, doing exactly what you've always done? Most people have been programmed to think about risk in a way that keeps them poor. They've been taught to fear the wrong things while ignoring the real dangers that are slowly destroying their financial future. Today, we're going to completely reframe how you think about risk. Because until you develop what I call risk intelligence, the ability to accurately assess and manage uncertainty like an entrepreneur, you'll keep making decisions that feel safe but are actually devastating to your long-term wealth. The illusion of safety. Let me tell you about two friends, Jennifer and Mark, who graduated from college together in 2005 with identical business degrees. Both were smart, ambitious, and concerned about making good financial decisions for their futures. Jennifer took what everyone considered the safe path. She accepted a position at a large, stable corporation with excellent benefits, a predictable salary, and a solid retirement plan. For 18 years, Jennifer climbed the corporate ladder steadily, received regular raises, and felt confident that she was making responsible, low-risk decisions. Mark took what everyone considered the risky path. He started a small consulting business with $2,000 in savings and no guaranteed income. He had months where he barely made rent, lost several potential clients, and faced the constant uncertainty of not knowing where his next paycheck would come from. Fast forward to today, Jennifer makes $85,000 per year and has about $180,000 saved for retirement. She's comfortable, but worried about whether she'll ever be able to retire at a lifestyle she wants to maintain. Mark sold his consulting business last year for $1.8 million and is already working on his next venture. He has multiple income sources, complete time freedom, and more wealth than Jennifer will accumulate in her entire career. Now here's the question that should keep you awake at night: who really took the bigger risk? Jennifer thought she was playing it safe, but she was actually taking enormous risks that she never recognized. The risk that her company could downsize, merge, or eliminate her position. The risk that her industry could be disrupted by technology. The risk that inflation would erode her purchasing power faster than her salary increased. The risk that her retirement savings would be insufficient for the lifestyle she wanted. The risk that she would never develop the skills needed to create wealth independently. Mark understood something that Jennifer didn't. In a rapidly changing economy, the biggest risk is assuming that someone else will take care of your financial future better than you will. Understanding real versus perceived risk. The first step to developing risk intelligence is understanding the difference between real risk and perceived risk. Perceived risk is what feels dangerous based on our emotional responses and social conditioning. Starting a business feels risky. Investing in stocks feels risky. Learning new skills feels risky. These activities involve uncertainty, and uncertainty triggers our fear responses. Real risk is what actually threatens your long-term financial well-being, regardless of how it feels emotionally. Depending on a single income source is real risk. Having no control over your earning potential is real risk. Failing to develop wealth-building skills is real risk. The problem is that our brains are wired to respond more strongly to perceived risk than real risk. We fear dramatic, unlikely events while ignoring gradual, likely problems. People fear plane crashes but drive without seat belts. They fear starting businesses but accept complete dependence on employers. They fear investing in growth assets but accept the guaranteed wealth destruction of inflation on cash savings. This emotional misprogramming around risk is one of the biggest reasons why most people never build significant wealth. They spend their entire careers avoiding perceived risks while taking enormous real risks they never recognize. The entrepreneur's risk framework. Entrepreneurs don't avoid risk, they understand it, evaluate it, and manage it. They've developed what I call risk intelligence, the ability to distinguish between risks worth taking and risks worth avoiding. Here's how entrepreneurs think about risk differently. 1. They focus on asymmetric risk-reward ratios. Employees often focus on avoiding any possibility of loss. Entrepreneurs focus on finding situations where the potential upside massively outweighs the potential downside. Starting a business with $5,000 might seem risky to an employee, but an entrepreneur sees it this way: the maximum loss is $5,000, but the potential gain is unlimited. That's asymmetric risk, small potential loss, huge potential reward. Staying in a job feels safe to an employee, but an entrepreneur sees it this way: you're guaranteed to limit your income potential in exchange for the illusion of security. That's symmetric risk, limited upside, unlimited downside from missed opportunities. 2. They consider opportunity cost. Every decision involves opportunity cost, what you give up by choosing one option over another. Employees typically only consider the immediate costs of change. Entrepreneurs consider the long-term cost of not changing. Let me give you an example. Sarah, an accountant making $65,000 per year, has an opportunity to start a bookkeeping service for small businesses. The immediate costs are clear: she'd need to leave her salary, invest about $10,000 in equipment and marketing, and face income uncertainty for at least 6 months. Most employees would focus on those immediate costs and decide it's too risky. But entrepreneurs would calculate the opportunity cost of not starting the business. Over the next 10 years, Sarah's salary might grow to $80,000. But her business could easily generate $150,000 plus annually within 3 years, and could eventually be sold for several $100,000. The safe choice, staying employed, actually costs Sarah potentially millions of dollars in lost income and wealth building over her career. 3. They build risk management systems. Instead of avoiding risk, entrepreneurs build systems to manage and minimize risk. They don't eliminate uncertainty, they create safeguards that protect them when things don't go as planned. This might mean starting a business while keeping a part-time job initially. Building emergency funds specifically for business investments. Developing multiple income streams so no single failure is catastrophic. Creating partnerships that share both risk and reward. Testing ideas on a small scale before making large commitments. I learned this lesson during my first business venture. I was terrified of leaving my job to start a marketing consulting firm, so I spent months analyzing every possible thing that could go wrong. I was paralyzed by the perceived risks. Then I met a successful entrepreneur who asked me a question that changed my perspective: what's your plan for dealing with the risk of staying exactly where you are? I hadn't even considered that staying put was risky. But when I really analyzed it, I realized that my job had significant risks I was ignoring. My income was completely dependent on one source. I had no control over company decisions that affected my future. My skills were becoming narrow and company-specific. I was not building any assets that I owned. My earning potential was limited by corporate salary structures. Once I understood these risks, starting my business didn't feel risky anymore, it felt like risk management. I was diversifying my income sources, building skills that no one could take away, and creating assets that I owned. The risk of not taking risks. Here's the paradox that most people never grasp: in a world of constant change, not taking risks is the riskiest strategy of all. Consider these statistics. 40% of Fortune 500 companies from 2000 no longer exist today. If huge, established corporations with massive resources can't guarantee their own survival, how can you assume your job at any company is truly secure? The average millionaire has 7 different income sources. They understand that depending on any single source, no matter how reliable it seems, is fundamentally risky. 88% of millionaires are business owners or investors, not employees. This isn't because business ownership is easier, it's because it's actually less risky over the long term. Every year you spend avoiding the risk of starting a business, learning investing, or developing multiple income streams is a year you're taking the much larger risk of remaining financially vulnerable. Every year you spend trading time for money is a year you're not building wealth-generating assets. Every year you spend depending on someone else for your financial future is a year you're not developing the skills and systems that create real security. Building your risk intelligence. So how do you develop the risk intelligence that allows you to make wealth-building decisions confidently? Step 1. Redefine your baseline. Stop thinking of your current situation as the safe baseline from which all other options are measured. Your current situation has risks too. Analyze them honestly. What happens if you get laid off? What happens if your company fails? What happens if your industry changes? What happens if you get sick or injured? What happens if you want to retire before 65? Once you acknowledge that staying put has significant risks, other options won't seem nearly as scary by comparison. Step 2. Calculate real probabilities. Most people overestimate the probability of dramatic negative outcomes and underestimate their own ability to handle challenges. What's the actual probability that a well-researched business will fail completely? What's the actual probability that you couldn't find another job if your business didn't work out? What's the actual probability that learning new skills would hurt your career prospects? When you research actual success and failure rates instead of relying on emotional assumptions, most entrepreneurial risks are much smaller than they appear. Step 3. Start small and scale gradually. You don't need to bet everything on one big risk. You can build risk intelligence by taking small, manageable risks and learning from the outcomes. Start a side business while keeping your day job. Invest a small amount in learning new skills. Test business ideas on a limited basis before making major commitments. Each successful small risk builds your confidence and competence for larger opportunities. Step 4. Build your safety net differently. Instead of building safety through avoidance, build safety through capabilities and diversification. Develop skills that are always in demand. Build multiple income sources. Create emergency funds specifically for opportunity investments, not just crisis management. Build networks of relationships that can help you navigate uncertainty. The compound effect of risk intelligence. Here's what happens when you develop true risk intelligence. You start taking small, calculated risks that compound over time into massive advantages. You invest in learning skills while others avoid the risk of change, giving you capabilities they don't have. You start building income sources while others stick with single sources, giving you security they don't have. You invest in assets while others save cash, giving you growth they don't achieve. You solve problems and create value while others avoid uncertainty, giving you opportunities they never see. The truth is, we live in the most opportunity-rich time in human history. Technology has lowered the barriers to starting businesses, reaching customers, and building wealth in ways that previous generations couldn't imagine. But most people will miss these opportunities because they've been programmed to fear exactly the kinds of calculated risks that create wealth. Don't be one of them. Don't let fear of perceived risk prevent you from managing real risk. Don't let comfort with familiar dangers prevent you from pursuing unfamiliar opportunities. Because at the end of the day, the biggest risk you can take is assuming that playing it safe will keep you safe. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how risk intelligence combines with ownership thinking to create what might be the most powerful wealth-building mindset of all, systems and leverage thinking. You'll learn how entrepreneurs build businesses that work without them, create income that flows whether they're working or not, and generate wealth that compounds automatically over time. Chapter 6: Systems and Leverage Thinking. Working on your business, not just in it. Let me ask you a question that separates employees from entrepreneurs. If you stopped working for 6 months, would money still flow into your bank account? For most people, the answer is a resounding no. Stop working, stop earning. It's that simple, and that limiting. But for entrepreneurs who understand systems and leverage thinking, the answer is very different. Their businesses, investments, and income streams are designed to generate wealth whether they're actively working or not. This isn't about being lazy or avoiding work. It's about understanding one of the most fundamental principles of wealth creation. Your goal should never be to work harder, it should be to work on things that continue producing value long after the work is done. Today, we're going to explore how to build systems that work without you, create leverage that multiplies your efforts, and design income streams that flow 24/7, whether you're awake or asleep. The Pizza Shop Revelation. Let me tell you about Tony, who owned a small pizza restaurant that taught me everything I needed to know about the difference between owning a job and owning a business. When I first met Tony, he was working 70 hours a week in his restaurant. He opened every morning, managed operations all day, and closed every night. Tony was making decent money, about $80,000 a year, but he was completely trapped by his own business. Tony couldn't take vacations because the restaurant fell apart without him. He couldn't get sick because there was no one else who could handle the daily operations. He couldn't even go to his daughter's school play because Tuesday night was one of his busiest times. "I don't own a business," Tony told me one exhausting evening. "I own a job that I can't quit." That's when I introduced Tony to a successful restaurant owner named Maria, who owned 3 locations and worked about 20 hours per week total. Maria's restaurants generated over $300,000 in annual profit, and she hadn't worked a dinner shift in over 2 years. The difference wasn't the food quality, location, or even the business model. The difference was that Tony was working in his business, while Maria had built systems to work on her business. Tony had made himself indispensable to daily operations. Maria had made herself dispensable by creating systems that operated without her constant presence. Within 18 months of learning Maria's approach, Tony had systematized his operations, hired and trained capable managers, and transformed his single restaurant into a business that could run without him. 2 years later, he opened his second location. Tony learned what every successful entrepreneur eventually discovers: your business should be an asset that generates income, not a job that consumes your life. Understanding systems thinking. Systems thinking is the ability to see business operations as interconnected processes rather than individual tasks. Instead of focusing on what you need to do, you focus on creating systems that ensure things get done consistently, efficiently, and correctly, whether you're present or not. Let me break this down with a simple example. Employee thinking: I need to handle customer service calls from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Systems thinking: I need to create a customer service system that ensures every caller receives excellent service, gets their problem resolved quickly, and feels valued as a customer, regardless of which team member handles their call. The employee approach requires your personal presence for 8 hours a day. The systems approach creates value that operates independently of any single person's availability. Here's what systems thinking looks like in practice. Instead of personally managing social media, you create content calendars, posting schedules, and response templates that allow anyone to maintain your online presence professionally. Instead of personally handling every sales conversation, you develop sales scripts, qualification processes, and follow-up sequences that consistently convert prospects into customers. Instead of personally training every new employee, you create training manuals, video tutorials, and mentorship programs that get new team members up to speed quickly and consistently. The 3 types of leverage. Once you understand systems thinking, you can start building leverage, the ability to achieve greater results with the same or less effort. Entrepreneurs understand 3 types of leverage that can transform any business. 1. Time leverage, other people's time. This is the most obvious form of leverage, hiring people to do work that you would otherwise do yourself. But most business owners get this wrong. They hire people to do exactly what they've been doing, which means the business still depends on their personal knowledge and decision-making. Smart entrepreneurs hire people to run systems, not just to do tasks. They document processes, create decision-making frameworks, and build teams that can operate independently. I learned this lesson in my consulting business. Initially, I hired freelancers to do specific projects exactly as I would do them. This gave me some time leverage, but I still had to manage every project personally. Then I shifted to systems thinking. I developed project templates, quality standards, client communication protocols, and delivery processes. Instead of hiring people to do my work, I hired people to run my systems. The result? My team could deliver excellent results for clients without my constant oversight, which freed me to focus on growing the business instead of managing daily operations. 2. Money leverage, other people's money. Money leverage means using capital that isn't entirely your own to create wealth-building opportunities. This could be business loans, investor funding, or even customer payments for products before you've built them. The key is understanding that money leverage isn't just about borrowing money, it's about creating situations where other people's money helps you build assets and generate returns. Consider Sarah, who wanted to start a wedding photography business. Instead of saving up for expensive equipment, she offered pre-wedding engagement sessions at a discount to her first 10 customers, using their payments to purchase professional camera equipment. Sarah used her customers' money to build the asset base of her business, then delivered excellent service that led to referrals and repeat business. Within 6 months, she had a full equipment setup and a waiting list of clients. 3. System leverage, other people's systems. This is the most sophisticated form of leverage, using existing systems, platforms, and infrastructure that other people have built to create and scale your own value. Amazon's fulfillment network, social media platforms, payment processing systems, cloud computing services, these are all examples of massive systems that entrepreneurs can leverage without having to build them from scratch. Instead of building a warehouse and shipping operation, you can use Amazon's fulfillment network. Instead of creating a payment processing system, you can use Stripe or PayPal. Instead of building web hosting infrastructure, you can use cloud services. This allows you to focus your energy on creating unique value while leveraging other people's systems for everything else. Building passive and residual income streams. The ultimate goal of systems and leverage thinking is to create income streams that generate money without requiring your constant attention. There are 2 types of automated income that every entrepreneur should understand. Passive income, money earned from assets or investments with minimal ongoing effort. This includes rental property income, dividend payments, royalties from intellectual property, and returns from investment portfolios. Residual income, money earned from work done once that continues paying over time. This includes subscription-based services, licensing agreements, affiliate commissions, and any business model where customers pay repeatedly for value you created once. Let me tell you about David, a software engineer who understood this distinction. Instead of just working as a freelance developer, trading time for money, David created a project management tool for small construction companies. David spent 6 months building the software, active work, but then licensed it as a subscription service. Construction companies pay $99 per month to use David's tool, and once they're set up, they typically continue subscribing for years. David's initial work continues generating income month after month, year after year. He's added features and improvements, but the core value was created once and continues paying residually. Today, David has over 300 companies using his software, generating over $25,000 per month in residual income. His software business runs largely on autopilot while he focuses on developing additional products. Creating systems that scale. The most powerful business systems are designed to scale, to handle increased volume, serve more customers, and generate more profit without proportional increases in your time and effort. Here are the characteristics of scalable systems. Documented processes. Everything important is written down in step-by-step procedures that anyone can follow. Quality standards. Clear criteria for what constitutes excellent work, so results remain consistent regardless of who's doing the work. Decision-making frameworks. Guidelines that allow team members to make good decisions independently, without constantly seeking approval. Performance metrics. Ways to measure whether systems are working effectively and identify areas for improvement. Continuous improvement. Regular processes for updating and optimizing systems based on results and feedback. You can start building scalable systems even in a small business or side hustle. Instead of handling customer inquiries individually, create FAQ documents and response templates. Instead of reinventing your approach for each client or project, develop standardized processes and deliverables. Instead of making every decision personally, create guidelines that help others make good decisions independently. The compound effect of system building. Here's what most people don't understand about systems and leverage: the benefits compound exponentially over time. The first system you build might save you 5 hours per week. The second system might save you another 8 hours. The third system might eliminate entire categories of problems before they occur. Within a year of focused system building, entrepreneurs often find they've created businesses that require half as much of their personal time while producing better results for customers. But the real magic happens when your systems start working together. Your marketing systems feed qualified leads to your sales systems. Your sales systems connect seamlessly to your delivery systems. Your delivery systems automatically trigger follow-up and referral systems. When systems are properly integrated, they create a business machine that operates smoothly and efficiently with minimal human intervention. From business owner to investor. The ultimate evolution of systems and leverage thinking is transitioning from business owner to investor. Once your systems are generating consistent profits without requiring your constant presence, you can use those profits to acquire or create additional income-generating assets. This might mean investing in real estate that generates rental income, purchasing other businesses that are already profitable, creating multiple businesses using the same systematic approach, building investment portfolios that compound over time. This is how generational wealth is built. Not by working harder or longer, but by creating systems that generate wealth automatically, then using that wealth to acquire more wealth-generating systems. Your System Building Action Plan. If you're ready to start building systems and leverage in your own situation, here's where to begin. Step 1. Identify your highest value activities, the things you do that create the most income or impact. Step 2. Document how you currently handle these activities. Write down every step, decision point, and quality standard. Step 3. Look for opportunities to systematize these activities so they can be done consistently by others or automated entirely. Step 4. Test your systems on a small scale and refine them based on results. Step 5. Scale successful systems and continue building new ones. Remember, every hour you spend building systems is an hour that will pay you back many times over in the future. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how systems thinking combines with ownership thinking to create the ultimate entrepreneurial skill, opportunity recognition. You'll learn how to train your brain to spot problems as profit opportunities, develop pattern recognition for business opportunities, and see potential where others see only problems. Chapter 7, Opportunity Recognition. Training your brain to spot problems as profit opportunities. Imagine you have a superpower that allows you to see money lying on the ground everywhere you go, but most people walk right past it because they can't see it. That's exactly what opportunity recognition is like. Entrepreneurs have trained themselves to see profit potential in situations where most people see only problems, inconveniences, or normal parts of life. The difference isn't intelligence, education, or luck. The difference is that entrepreneurs have developed pattern recognition for business opportunities. They've trained their brains to ask different questions, notice different details, and connect dots that others miss entirely. Today, you're going to learn how to develop this same superpower. By the end of this chapter, you'll start seeing potential business opportunities in places you never noticed them before. The Uber story you've never heard. Everyone knows the story of how Uber started. Two guys couldn't get a taxi in San Francisco and thought, there has to be a better way. But what most people don't realize is that millions of people had the exact same frustrating experience with taxi service. The difference wasn't the problem was universal. The difference was that most people experienced taxi frustration and thought, this is just how things are. The Uber founders experienced the same frustration and thought, this is a business opportunity. Same problem, completely different mental response. Most people see problems and accept them as unchangeable facts of life. Entrepreneurs see problems and think, someone would pay good money to solve this. Most people experience inconvenience and adapt to it. Entrepreneurs experience inconvenience and see market demand. Most people notice inefficiency and complain about it. Entrepreneurs notice inefficiency and see profit potential. This is the fundamental difference in how entrepreneurs process the world around them. They've developed what I call opportunity radar, the ability to automatically scan their environment for unmet needs, inefficient processes, and frustrated customers. The 3 types of business opportunities. Every business opportunity falls into one of 3 categories, and once you understand these categories, you'll start recognizing them everywhere. 1. Problem-solution opportunities. These are the most obvious opportunities, situations where people have clear problems they would pay to solve. The key is learning to listen differently. When someone says, I hate that. Or, I wish there was a way to. Or, why doesn't someone make a, those are problem statements that translate directly into business opportunities. I discovered this accidentally when I was complaining to a friend about how difficult it was to find reliable contractors for home improvement projects. I must have spent an hour venting about unreturned calls, missed appointments, and inconsistent quality. My friend, who had already developed entrepreneurial thinking, listened to my complaints and said, it sounds like there's a real business opportunity in creating a platform that connects homeowners with pre-vetted, reliable contractors. I had been focused on my frustration. He was focused on the market opportunity that my frustration represented. 3 months later, my friend launched exactly that service in our local market. Within 2 years, he was generating over $200,000 annually by solving the problem I had been complaining about. 2. Efficiency opportunities. These opportunities exist wherever processes are unnecessarily slow, complicated, or expensive. People are already paying for these services, but they're not getting good value for their money. The opportunity is to deliver the same result faster, easier, or cheaper. Consider the story of Warby Parker. People were already buying glasses, the market existed and was huge. But the traditional process was inefficient, expensive retail locations, limited selection, high markups, and inconvenient shopping experiences. Warby Parker didn't create demand for glasses. They created a more efficient way to deliver what people already wanted. Look around your own life for efficiency opportunities. What processes do you deal with that seem unnecessarily complicated? What services do you pay for that could be delivered better, faster, or cheaper? 3. Enhancement opportunities. These opportunities take something that already works and make it significantly better. The basic need is being met, but not in a way that creates delight or optimal results. Think about coffee shops before Starbucks. People were already buying coffee, so the basic need was being met. But most coffee was mediocre, the experience was transactional, and there was no sense of community or premium experience. Starbucks didn't invent coffee, they enhanced the entire coffee experience. They turned a simple transaction into a lifestyle brand. What products or services do you use regularly that work fine but could be dramatically better? Those are enhancement opportunities waiting for someone to recognize and act on them. Developing your opportunity radar. Now that you understand the 3 types of opportunities, let's talk about how to train your brain to recognize them automatically. Listen to complaints differently. Most people hear complaints and either ignore them or join in the complaining. Entrepreneurs hear complaints and think, market research. Every complaint represents a customer who would pay for a better solution. Every frustration represents demand for improvement. Every, "I hate it when" statement represents a potential business opportunity. Start carrying a small notebook or using your phone to record every complaint you hear in a week. Include your own complaints, things your friends complain about, frustrations you overhear in line at coffee shops, problems people mention on social media. At the end of the week, review your list and ask, which of these problems would people pay to solve? You'll be amazed at how many business opportunities you discover just by listening carefully to everyday frustrations. Notice what you've learned to ignore. We're incredibly good at adapting to inefficiency and inconvenience. Things that bothered us initially become just how things are over time. But entrepreneurs maintain sensitivity to problems that everyone else has learned to ignore. I have a friend who made a fortune by noticing something that millions of people had learned to ignore: the fact that finding a parking spot in busy areas was frustrating, time-consuming, and often expensive. Everyone had adapted to this problem. They left extra time for parking, walked several blocks from distant parking spots, or paid premium prices for convenient parking. My friend saw this widespread adaptation to inconvenience as a business opportunity. He created an app that allows people to reserve parking spots in advance, similar to how they reserve hotel rooms or restaurant tables. The solution was simple, the technology already existed, and the market demand was enormous. But millions of people had experienced the same problem without seeing the opportunity. Study your own behavior patterns. You are constantly making purchasing decisions, choosing between alternatives, and adapting to limitations. Each of these behaviors represents market data about unmet needs and improvement opportunities. Ask yourself, what products or services do you use reluctantly because they're the best available option, even though they're not great? What processes do you go through regularly that feel unnecessarily complicated? What compromises do you make because there doesn't seem to be a better alternative? Your own behavior patterns are a goldmine of business opportunity insights, because if you're experiencing these limitations, thousands or millions of other people probably are too. The Pattern Recognition System. Successful entrepreneurs develop systematic approaches to opportunity recognition. They don't rely on random inspiration, they create structured processes for discovering and evaluating opportunities. Here's a simple system you can start using immediately. The Daily Opportunity Scan. Every day, spend 10 minutes asking yourself these questions. What frustrated me today that could be solved with a better system or service? What did I pay for today that didn't deliver great value for the money? What process did I go through today that seemed unnecessarily slow or complicated? What conversation did I have where someone expressed a problem or unmet need? The Weekly Opportunity Review. Once a week, review your daily observations and look for patterns. Which problems come up repeatedly? Which frustrations seem to be shared by many people? Which solutions would people be willing to pay for? Which opportunities match your skills, interests, or resources? Market Gap Analysis. This is a more systematic approach where you analyze existing markets to find gaps or inadequacies. What complaints do customers have about existing solutions? What features or services are missing from current offerings? What customer segments are being underserved? What new technologies could improve existing solutions? Emerging trend monitoring. Entrepreneurs also develop sensitivity to emerging trends that create new categories of opportunities. What new technologies are becoming mainstream? What demographic changes are creating new needs? What regulatory changes are creating new requirements? What social changes are influencing buying behavior? The $50 million problem nobody saw. Let me tell you about Jennifer, who built a $50 million business by recognizing an opportunity that was hiding in plain sight. Jennifer worked in corporate HR and was constantly frustrated by how difficult it was to schedule meetings with multiple participants. Email chains went back and forth for days trying to find times that worked for everyone. Most people just accepted this as an inevitable part of business life. Jennifer saw it as a massive opportunity. She researched the market and discovered that scheduling inefficiency was costing businesses billions of dollars in lost productivity. But existing calendar tools were designed for individual use, not collaborative scheduling. Jennifer spent evenings and weekends developing a scheduling platform that could automatically find optimal meeting times based on multiple participants' availability. Within 5 years, her scheduling software was being used by over 100,000 businesses and had been acquired by a major technology company for $50 million. Jennifer's opportunity was everywhere. Every office worker in America experienced the same scheduling frustration. But Jennifer was the one who trained herself to see widespread frustration as market opportunity. Validation before investment. Recognizing opportunities is only the first step. Smart entrepreneurs also know how to validate opportunities before investing significant time and money. The minimum viable test. Before building a complete solution, test whether people actually want what you think they want. This might mean creating a simple landing page describing your solution and measuring interest. Offering a basic version of your service manually before building automated systems. Conducting surveys or interviews with potential customers. Pre-selling your solution before you've built it. The customer discovery process. Talk to potential customers before building solutions. What exactly is their problem? How are they currently solving it? What would an ideal solution look like? How much would they pay for that ideal solution? What would convince them to switch from their current approach? Competitive analysis. Research what solutions already exist. Who else is trying to solve this problem? What are the strengths and weaknesses of existing solutions? What gaps exist in current offerings? What would differentiate your approach? From recognition to action. The entrepreneurs who build significant wealth don't just recognize opportunities, they act on them quickly and systematically. This means moving from idea to testing within days or weeks, not months. Starting small and scaling based on results. Being willing to pivot when initial assumptions prove wrong. Focusing on solving real problems for real customers, not building perfect solutions. Here's the truth about opportunity recognition: once you develop this skill, you'll never run out of business ideas. You'll start seeing potential everywhere, more opportunities than you could possibly pursue in a lifetime. The challenge won't be finding opportunities. The challenge will be choosing which opportunities deserve your time and energy. But that's a good problem to have. Because in a world where most people see only problems and limitations, the ability to see opportunities and solutions is one of the most valuable skills you can develop. In our next chapter, we're going to shift from recognizing opportunities to understanding the psychology that drives all wealth building, transforming your fundamental relationship with money itself. You'll discover why your money mindset determines your financial results more than your income, education, or circumstances, and more importantly, how to develop the wealthy person's relationship with money that makes everything else possible. Chapter 8: Money Mindset Transformation. From Scarcity to Abundance Thinking. I'm going to share something with you that might sound crazy. The biggest difference between wealthy people and everyone else isn't their income, their education, their connections, or even their business strategies. The biggest difference is how they think about money itself. Most people have a fundamentally broken relationship with money, one that guarantees they'll struggle financially no matter how much they earn. They've been programmed with beliefs about money that make wealth building nearly impossible, even when they have all the right knowledge and opportunities. But wealthy people think about money in a completely different way. They understand money's true nature, its real purpose, and how to make it work for them instead of against them. Today, we're going to completely transform your relationship with money. Because until you fix your money mindset, every other wealth-building strategy is like trying to fill a bucket with holes in the bottom. The money programming most people never question. Let me ask you some questions, and notice your immediate emotional responses. How do you feel when you see someone driving an expensive car or living in a mansion? What thoughts go through your mind when you hear about someone making millions of dollars? How comfortable are you talking about money with friends, family, or colleagues? What beliefs do you have about people who are wealthy versus people who are poor? Your answers to these questions reveal your money programming, the deep beliefs about money that control your financial behavior whether you're conscious of them or not. Most people have been programmed with what I call scarcity-based money beliefs. These beliefs make wealth building incredibly difficult because they're based on fundamental misunderstandings about how money actually works. The scarcity money mindset. Here are the most common scarcity-based beliefs that keep people financially stuck. Money is the root of all evil. This belief makes people uncomfortable with accumulating wealth because they associate money with moral corruption. If you believe money is evil, you'll unconsciously sabotage your own wealth-building efforts. Rich people are greedy or lucky. This belief assumes that wealth comes from taking advantage of others or from random chance. If you believe this, you'll never develop the skills and mindset necessary to build wealth ethically. There's not enough money to go around. This belief sees money as a finite resource where one person's gain means another person's loss. If you believe this, you'll feel guilty about pursuing wealth because you think it means taking money away from others. Money can't buy happiness. While money alone doesn't guarantee happiness, this belief is often used to rationalize financial mediocrity. If you believe money is unimportant for happiness, you won't prioritize building it. I'm not the type of person who gets wealthy. This is perhaps the most destructive belief because it makes wealth seem incompatible with your identity. If wealth doesn't fit your self-concept, you'll unconsciously prevent yourself from achieving it. I grew up with most of these beliefs. My family wasn't poor, but money was always a source of stress, conflict, and limitation. I learned to see money as something that caused problems, not something that solved them. I remember my parents arguing about money, worrying about bills, and making decisions based on what we couldn't afford rather than what we wanted to achieve. Money was portrayed as scarce, difficult to obtain, and somehow morally suspect if you had too much of it. This programming followed me into adulthood. Even when I started earning good money, I felt guilty about wanting more. I was uncomfortable discussing finances, nervous about investing, and secretly believed that wealthy people must have done something wrong to get that way. It wasn't until I started studying wealthy people directly that I realized my entire relationship with money was backwards. How wealthy people actually think about money. After interviewing dozens of self-made millionaires and studying their attitudes and behaviors, I discovered that wealthy people have a completely different money mindset. Money is a tool, not a goal. Wealthy people don't worship money or fear it, they see it as a tool for creating the life they want. Money is a means to an end, freedom, security, impact, and options. Wealth creation is value creation. Wealthy people understand that money is earned by creating value for others. The more value you create, the more money you can earn. This makes wealth building an ethical pursuit, not a selfish one. Money is abundant and expandable. Wealthy people understand that money isn't a finite pie where one person's slice makes everyone else's smaller. Money is created when value is created. The economy can grow, markets can expand, and everyone can become wealthier simultaneously. Money amplifies who you already are. Wealthy people don't believe money changes your character, it reveals it. If you're generous, money makes you more generous. If you're innovative, money gives you more resources to innovate with. Financial education is essential. Wealthy people never stop learning about money, investing, taxes, and wealth-building strategies. They see financial education as one of the highest return investments they can make. The abundance transformation. Making the shift from scarcity to abundance thinking requires consciously reprogramming your beliefs about money. This isn't just positive thinking, it's based on understanding how money actually works in the real world. Understanding money's true nature. Money is not wealth, money represents wealth. Real wealth is your ability to create value that other people want to pay for. Money is just the medium of exchange that allows this value creation to be measured and traded. This means the best way to get more money is to become better at creating value. And there's no limit to how much value you can create, which means there's no limit to how much money you can earn. Let me tell you about Marcus, who made this transformation in a dramatic way. Marcus grew up in poverty and developed intense scarcity beliefs about money. He believed rich people were greedy, that there wasn't enough money to go around, and that he wasn't the type of person who could become wealthy. These beliefs were so strong that even when Marcus started making good money as a software engineer, he couldn't bring himself to invest it. He kept everything in low-yield savings accounts because investing felt risky and somehow wrong. Then Marcus's financial situation forced him to examine his money beliefs. His father needed expensive medical treatment, and Marcus realized that his scarcity mindset was preventing him from building the wealth that could help his family. Marcus spent 6 months consciously reprogramming his money beliefs. He studied how wealthy people actually made their money, learned about investing and wealth building, and began to see money as a tool for helping the people he cared about. Within 5 years of changing his money mindset, Marcus had built a portfolio worth over $400,000 and was able to help his parents financially while also building his own security. The key was that Marcus didn't just learn new strategies, he transformed his fundamental relationship with money. Practical money mindset shifts. Here are specific ways to reprogram your money beliefs from scarcity to abundance. From, "I can't afford it," to, "How can I afford it?" Instead of using money as an excuse to avoid opportunities, start using limited money as motivation to find creative solutions. The question, "How can I afford it?" opens your mind to possibilities. The statement, "I can't afford it," closes it. From, "Money is hard to get," to, "Money flows to value." Start looking for ways to create value instead of ways to get money. When you focus on solving problems and helping people, money becomes a natural byproduct rather than an elusive goal. From, "Rich people are different from me," to, "Wealth is learnable." Study wealthy people's actual behaviors and strategies instead of making assumptions about their character or luck. Wealth building follows predictable patterns that anyone can learn and implement. From, "Investing is risky," to, "Not investing is risky." Understand that keeping money in low-yield accounts while inflation erodes its purchasing power is a guaranteed way to become poorer over time. Learn about different types of investments so you can make informed decisions about risk and return. From, "I'll save what's left over," to, "I'll pay myself first." Wealthy people prioritize building wealth by investing money before spending it on lifestyle expenses. They understand that if you wait to save what's left over, there rarely is anything left over. This last shift was huge for me personally. I used to think that I'd start investing seriously once I had extra money after paying all my expenses. But there was never any extra money, expenses always expanded to match income. When I started paying myself first, by automatically investing 15% of every paycheck before paying other expenses, I was forced to be more intentional about my spending. Within 2 years, I had built my first $50,000 in investments while actually improving my lifestyle because I was being more strategic about how I spent money. The wealthy person's relationship with money. Once you've made the mindset shift from scarcity to abundance, you'll develop what I call the wealthy person's relationship with money. Money becomes a servant, not a master. Instead of your financial decisions being driven by fear of not having enough money, your decisions are driven by what you want to accomplish. Money serves your goals rather than limiting them. Financial planning becomes exciting, not stressful. When you see money as a tool for building the life you want, financial planning becomes a creative exercise in designing your future rather than a stressful exercise in managing limitations. Investing becomes automatic, not optional. Wealthy people don't debate whether to invest, they debate where to invest. Building wealth through investments becomes as automatic as paying utilities or buying groceries. Financial education becomes ongoing, not one-time. Wealthy people never stop learning about money because they understand that financial knowledge directly translates into financial results. They read financial books, follow market trends, and continually upgrade their money skills. Giving becomes strategic, not sacrificial. Wealthy people are often more generous than others, but they give strategically to maximize impact rather than giving sacrificially in ways that compromise their own financial stability. Breaking free from money shame and guilt. One of the biggest obstacles to developing healthy money mindset is the shame and guilt that many people carry about money. They feel guilty for wanting more, ashamed of their financial situation, or conflicted about pursuing wealth. Here's what you need to understand: there is nothing morally superior about being poor, and there is nothing inherently evil about being wealthy. Money is morally neutral. It's what you do with money that has moral implications. Building wealth allows you to take care of your family without financial stress. Support causes you care about more effectively. Have more freedom to make choices based on your values rather than financial necessity. Provide employment opportunities for others through business ownership. Leave a legacy that can benefit future generations. These are not selfish goals, they're ways that wealth building serves purposes larger than yourself. The compound effect of money mindset. Here's why money mindset is so crucial. Your beliefs about money influence every financial decision you make, and these decisions compound over decades to create your final financial outcome. If you believe money is hard to get, you won't look for opportunities to earn more. If you believe investing is risky, you'll keep money in low-return accounts that guarantee you'll lose purchasing power to inflation. If you believe wealthy people are somehow different from you, you won't study their strategies or adopt their behaviors. If you believe there's not enough money to go around, you'll feel guilty about pursuing your own financial goals. But when you adopt abundance thinking about money, you start seeing opportunities to create value and earn money everywhere. You become comfortable with calculated investment risks because you understand they're necessary for building wealth. You study wealthy people's strategies because you see wealth as achievable for you too. You pursue your financial goals enthusiastically because you understand that building wealth allows you to contribute more to others. Your money mindset action plan. If you're ready to transform your relationship with money, here's where to start. Step 1. Identify your current money beliefs. Write down your honest thoughts about money, wealthy people, and your own financial potential. Notice which beliefs are based on fear, limitation, or negative assumptions. Step 2. Challenge limiting beliefs. For each limiting belief, ask, is this actually true? What evidence do I have for this belief? How is this belief helping or hurting my financial progress? Step 3. Study wealthy people's actual behaviors. Read biographies of self-made wealthy people. Notice how they think about money, what strategies they use, and what beliefs drive their decisions. Step 4. Practice abundance language. Start replacing scarcity language, I can't afford it, with abundance language, how can I afford it? Notice how this changes your thinking and behavior. Step 5. Automate wealth building. Set up automatic investments so that building wealth becomes a system rather than a decision you make repeatedly. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how the right money mindset translates into practical wealth building behavior, developing the investment mentality that separates assets from liabilities and builds multiple income streams. Chapter 9: The Investment Mentality. Why entrepreneurs invest in assets, employees buy liabilities. What if I told you that most people spend their entire lives accidentally making themselves poorer with every major purchase they make? What if the difference between building wealth and staying broke isn't how much money you make, but what you do with the money after you make it? What if there's a simple distinction that separates every wealthy person from every poor person, and once you understand this distinction, you'll never look at spending decisions the same way again? Today, we're going to explore the most fundamental concept in wealth building: the difference between assets and liabilities. This might sound like accounting terminology, but it's actually the psychological framework that determines whether every dollar you earn makes you richer or poorer. The $500,000 car versus the $500,000 business. Let me tell you about two different people who each spent $500,000, but ended up in completely different financial situations 5 years later. Robert spent $500,000 on a luxury car collection. Beautiful cars, impressive to look at, fun to drive. 5 years later, those cars were worth about $350,000 due to depreciation, and they had cost him another $100,000 in insurance, maintenance, and storage. Robert's $500,000 investment had become a $250,000 net loss. Sarah spent $500,000 buying a small apartment building with 4 rental units. 5 years later, the building was worth $650,000 due to appreciation, and it had generated $180,000 in net rental income during that time. Sarah's $500,000 investment had created a $330,000 net gain. Both people started with the same amount of money. Both made a major purchase. But Robert bought liabilities that took money out of his pocket every month, while Sarah bought assets that put money into her pocket every month. This is the fundamental distinction that determines financial outcomes. Wealthy people accumulate assets, while poor people accumulate liabilities thinking they're assets. Understanding assets versus liabilities. The definition is simpler than most people think. An asset puts money in your pocket. A liability takes money out of your pocket. That's it. It doesn't matter what something costs, what it's made of, or what other people think about it. The only question that matters is, does this thing generate income or consume income? Let's apply this test to common purchases. Your primary residence. Most people think their home is their biggest asset. But unless you're collecting rent from it, your home takes money out of your pocket every month: mortgage, taxes, maintenance, insurance. Your home is actually a liability disguised as an asset. Your car takes money out of your pocket for payments, insurance, gas, and maintenance. Liability. Your college degree, if it increased your earning capacity, it's an asset. If you're paying student loans for a degree that didn't improve your income, it's a liability. Your stock portfolio, if it pays dividends or appreciates in value, it's an asset. If it just sits there losing value, it's a liability. This was a shocking revelation for me when I first learned it. I had been proud of all the assets I was accumulating: a nice car, a big house, expensive furniture, the latest technology. I thought these purchases proved I was becoming successful. But when I actually analyzed my cash flow, I realized that every single one of these assets was actually a liability. They were all taking money out of my pocket every month, not putting money in. No wonder I felt like I was working harder but not getting ahead financially. I was using every pay raise to buy more liabilities, which meant I needed even higher income just to maintain the same lifestyle. The employee liability trap. Here's why most employees struggle to build wealth: they've been conditioned to use increased income to buy bigger liabilities instead of buying income-generating assets. When employees get a raise, they typically buy a more expensive car, bigger liability. Move to a more expensive house, bigger liability. Upgrade their lifestyle with expensive furniture, clothes, electronics, more liabilities. They call this moving up in the world, but financially, they're just digging themselves into a deeper hole. Their expenses increase faster than their income, so they actually become more financially stressed despite earning more money. This is called lifestyle inflation, and it's one of the biggest wealth killers for high-income earners. I know a surgeon who makes $400,000 per year but lives paycheck to paycheck because he's accumulated so many expensive liabilities: a $2 million house with a huge mortgage, 3 luxury cars with payments, a boat, expensive vacations, country club memberships, and private school tuition. His high income supports an extremely expensive lifestyle, but he's not building any wealth. If he stopped working tomorrow, his financial world would collapse within months because he has almost no assets generating income. Meanwhile, I know a plumber who makes $80,000 per year but has built a net worth of over $1 million by age 45. Instead of buying expensive liabilities, he consistently invested in assets, rental properties, dividend-paying stocks, and a small business that generates passive income. The surgeon has a higher income, but the plumber has real wealth because he understands the asset-liability distinction. How entrepreneurs think about money differently. Entrepreneurs have fundamentally different spending patterns than employees because they think about every purchase in terms of cash flow impact. Before buying anything, entrepreneurs ask, "Will this put money in my pocket or take money out? If it takes money out, will it help me generate more money than it costs? Is there a way to turn this purchase into an income-generating asset?" For example, when an entrepreneur needs a car, they might buy a reliable used car with cash, minimizing the liability. Purchase a vehicle they can use for business and deduct expenses. Buy a car that will appreciate in value over time. Lease a car and use the payments as a business expense. When an entrepreneur needs housing, they might buy a duplex and live in one unit while renting the other. Purchase a home in an area with high appreciation potential. Buy a property with space for a home-based business. Rent cheaply while investing in cash-flowing properties elsewhere. The power of asset accumulation. Here's what happens when you consistently buy assets instead of liabilities: your money starts working for you instead of against you. Every asset you buy generates income that can be used to buy more assets. This creates a compound effect where your wealth accelerates over time. Let me show you how this works with a simple example. Year 1, you invest $10,000 in dividend-paying stocks that yield 6% annually. Year 2, your $10,000 generates $600 in dividends, plus you add another $10,000. Year 3, your $20,600 generates $1,236 in dividends, plus you add another $10,000. Year 4, your $31,836 generates $1,910 in dividends, plus you add another $10,000. After just 4 years of consistent asset accumulation, you have $43,746 working for you automatically. The dividends alone are covering a significant portion of your annual investment. Continue this pattern for 20 years, and you'll have hundreds of thousands of dollars generating passive income for you. Multiple income stream strategy. Wealthy people don't just buy assets, they build multiple income streams through different types of assets. This provides both diversification and accelerated wealth building. The 7 income stream categories. 1. Earned income, money from your job or business activities. 2. Business income, profits from businesses you own. 3. Investment income, returns from stocks, bonds, mutual funds. 4. Rental income, cash flow from real estate investments. 5. Royalty income, payments from intellectual property. 6. Capital gains, profits from selling appreciated assets. 7. Interest income, returns from loans you've made to others. The goal is to gradually build income from multiple categories so you're not dependent on any single source. This provides both security and growth potential. Most employees only have earned income. Wealthy people typically have income from 4 to 7 different categories. Starting your asset accumulation journey. You don't need a lot of money to start buying assets. You need to start thinking differently about the money you already have. Phase 1. Stop buying liabilities. Before you can build wealth, you need to stop destroying it. This means avoiding unnecessary debt for consumer purchases. Buying reliable used items instead of expensive new ones. Questioning every purchase, is this an asset or liability? Focusing on needs versus wants until you've built a solid asset base. Phase 2. Build your first income stream. Start with the simplest asset class to understand, dividend-paying stocks or index funds. Even $100 per month invested consistently will begin generating passive income. Phase 3. Diversify into real estate. Once you understand investing basics, consider real estate. This could be REITs, real estate investment trusts, for passive real estate exposure. House hacking, living in a property while renting out part of it. Small rental properties in affordable markets. Phase 4. Develop business assets. As your confidence grows, consider building business income. Side businesses that can operate with minimal time investment. Digital products that can be sold repeatedly. Service businesses that can be systematized and scaled. The $50,000 transformation. Let me tell you about Maria, who transformed her financial life by understanding the asset-liability distinction. Maria was a teacher making $45,000 per year, and she felt like she could never get ahead financially. Every time she saved some money, it seemed like something came up that forced her to spend it. When Maria learned about assets versus liabilities, she realized that most of her purchases were actually making her poorer. Her car payment, credit card debt, and expensive apartment were consuming most of her income. Maria made a radical decision. She would only buy assets until she had built $50,000 worth of income-generating investments. This meant moving to a smaller, cheaper apartment and investing the savings. Selling her financed car and buying a reliable used car with cash. Canceling subscriptions and memberships that weren't essential. Working a part-time tutoring job and investing 100% of that income. It wasn't easy, but within 3 years, Maria had accumulated $52,000 in dividend-paying stocks and a small rental property down payment. But here's where it gets interesting. Those assets were generating about $3,000 per year in passive income. Maria used that passive income to qualify for a larger mortgage and bought a duplex, living in one side and renting the other. The rental income from the duplex covered most of her housing costs, which freed up even more money for asset accumulation. 5 years after starting her asset accumulation journey, Maria had built a net worth of over $150,000 and was generating $8,000 per year in passive income. Her teaching salary was still $45,000, but her total income had grown to over $53,000 with much less financial stress. The reinvestment principle. Here's one of the most powerful wealth-building strategies. Instead of using investment returns to fund lifestyle inflation, reinvest them to buy more assets. When your stocks pay dividends, use those dividends to buy more stocks. When your rental property generates cash flow, use that cash flow as a down payment for another property. When your business generates profits, reinvest those profits to grow the business or start new income streams. This reinvestment strategy creates exponential wealth growth because your assets start buying more assets for you. Breaking the consumer cycle. Most people are trapped in what I call the consumer cycle. Earn money by liabilities, need more money, work harder, earn more money by bigger liabilities. This cycle keeps people financially stressed regardless of their income level. The wealthy follow a different cycle. Earn money by assets, generate passive income, reinvest passive income, buy more assets, generate more passive income. This cycle creates financial freedom because your assets eventually generate enough income to support your lifestyle without requiring your active work. Your asset building action plan. If you're ready to start thinking like an investor instead of a consumer, here's your roadmap. Step 1. Analyze your current situation. List everything you own and categorize each item as an asset, puts money in your pocket, or liability, takes money out of your pocket. Step 2. Calculate your true net worth. Add up the current value of your assets and subtract the total amount of your liabilities. This is your real financial position. Step 3. Stop the bleeding. Identify which liabilities are costing you the most money and make a plan to eliminate or reduce them. Step 4. Start asset accumulation. Begin investing in your first asset category, even if it's only $50 to $100 per month initially. Step 5. Track your progress. Monitor how much passive income your assets generate each month and celebrate as this number grows. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how asset accumulation combines with strategic thinking to create the ultimate wealth-building approach, long-term wealth strategy that builds generational wealth rather than just covering monthly expenses. Chapter 10. Long-term wealth strategy. The millionaire mindset, delayed gratification and compound growth. What if I told you that the difference between having $50,000 and having $5 million at retirement isn't working harder, earning more, or finding secret investment strategies? What if the difference is simply understanding one principle that 95% of people ignore, even though it's been proven to work for over 200 years? What if this principle is so powerful that it can turn a modest middle-class income into generational wealth, but so subtle that most people never experience its full potential? Today, we're going to explore the most important concept in wealth building, the compound effect of long-term thinking. Because once you truly understand how compound growth works, and more importantly, how to harness it, you'll never make short-term financial decisions the same way again. The tale of two investors. Let me tell you about Jennifer and Michael, two friends who started investing at age 25 with very different approaches. Jennifer decided to be aggressive early. From age 25 to 35, she invested $3,000 per year, a total of $30,000 over 10 years. Then she stopped investing completely but left her money to grow. Michael procrastinated. He didn't start investing until age 35, but then he got serious and invested $3,000 per year from age 35 until retirement at age 65, a total of $90,000 over 30 years. Both earned an average annual return of 8% on their investments. Who do you think had more money at retirement? Most people guess Michael because he invested 3 times as much money. But Jennifer, who invested for only 10 years early in her career, ended up with $611,000 at retirement. Michael, who invested for 30 years but started later, ended up with only $367,000. Jennifer invested $60,000 less than Michael but ended up with $244,000 more at retirement. The difference? Jennifer gave compound growth 10 extra years to work its magic. This is the power of long-term thinking. Time is more valuable than money in wealth building because time allows compound growth to create wealth that no amount of additional contributions can match. Understanding compound growth. Compound growth is earning returns not just on your original investment, but on all the returns your investment has generated over time. It's money making money, which then makes more money, which then makes even more money. Let me show you how dramatic this becomes over time. If you invest $1,000 at 8% annual returns. Year 1, you have $1,080. Year 10, you have $2,159. Year 20, you have $4,661. Year 30, you have $10,063. Year 40, you have $21,725. Notice how the growth accelerates dramatically in the later years. In the first 10 years, your investment doubled. In the last 10 years, it more than doubled again, even though the annual return rate stayed the same. This is why Albert Einstein allegedly called compound interest the eighth wonder of the world, and said, "He who understands it, earns it. He who doesn't, pays it." The delayed gratification advantage. The investors who build the most wealth aren't necessarily the ones with the highest incomes or the best investment strategies. They're the ones with the discipline to delay gratification and let compound growth work over decades. This requires a fundamental shift in thinking from immediate gratification to long-term optimization. Short-term thinking asks, what can I buy with this money today? Long-term thinking asks, what could this money become if I invested it for 20 years? I learned this lesson the expensive way early in my career. I remember having $5,000 in savings when I was 28 and debating whether to invest it or use it for a European vacation. The vacation seemed more appealing, immediate gratification, great memories, something to show for my money right away. So that's what I chose. It was a great trip, but now I understand what that decision really cost me. If I had invested that $5,000 at age 28 with an 8% annual return, it would have grown to over $50,000 by the time I retired. I traded $50,000 in retirement wealth for a 2-week vacation. That was an expensive lesson in the opportunity cost of short-term thinking. Building generational wealth. Long-term wealth strategy isn't just about having enough money for your own retirement. It's about building wealth that can benefit multiple generations and create lasting impact. Generational wealth is built through 3 key strategies. 1. Extended time horizons. Instead of thinking about money in terms of years, start thinking in terms of decades. Instead of planning for your own lifetime, start planning for your children's and grandchildren's lifetimes. When you extend your time horizon to 50 to 100 years instead of 10 to 20 years, everything about your wealth-building strategy changes. You become willing to accept short-term volatility for long-term growth. You focus on assets that appreciate over very long periods. You make decisions based on what will matter most in the distant future. Consider the Rockefeller family. John D. Rockefeller built his initial wealth in the late 1800s, but the family's wealth strategy was designed to last for centuries, not just his lifetime. Today, over 150 years later, there are over 170 Rockefeller descendants, many of whom are still wealthy because of the long-term wealth structures their ancestor established. 2. Reinvestment discipline. Generational wealth requires consistently reinvesting returns rather than spending them on lifestyle upgrades. Most people start investing with good intentions, but when their investments begin generating significant returns, they use those returns to fund a more expensive lifestyle. This breaks the compound growth cycle and limits their long-term wealth potential. Wealthy families maintain their wealth across generations by living off a small percentage of their investment returns while reinvesting the majority to continue growing the principal. 3. Wealth transfer planning. Building generational wealth requires planning for how assets will be transferred to future generations in ways that preserve and continue growing the wealth. This includes teaching financial literacy to children and grandchildren. Creating trust structures that protect wealth from poor decisions. Developing family investment strategies that outlast individual lifetimes. Building businesses and assets that can operate across generations. The 50-year investment strategy. Here's how to start thinking like a generational wealth builder, even if you're just starting out. Phase 1, Years 1 to 10 Foundation Building. Focus on maximizing your income and minimizing expenses. Invest aggressively in growth assets, stocks, real estate, business ownership. Reinvest all returns rather than spending them. Build multiple income streams to accelerate asset accumulation. Phase 2, Years 10 to 25 Wealth Acceleration. Continue aggressive reinvestment while gradually increasing diversification. Begin building more sophisticated wealth structures, businesses, real estate portfolios. Start planning for tax-efficient wealth transfer strategies. Develop passive income sources that can eventually replace active income. Phase 3, Years 25 to 50 Wealth Preservation and Transfer. Focus on preserving wealth while continuing modest growth. Implement formal wealth transfer strategies. Educate next generation on wealth management. Create family investment institutions that can continue operating independently. Creating lasting financial independence. True wealth isn't just about having enough money to retire comfortably. True wealth is having enough assets to live entirely off the returns without ever touching the principal. This is called financial independence, and it's achievable for anyone willing to think long-term and delay gratification consistently. Here's the math. If you need $60,000 per year to live comfortably and you can earn a 4% annual return on your investments, you need $1.5 million invested to be financially independent. $1.5 million times 4% equals $60,000 per year in passive income. Once you reach this point, you never have to work for money again. You can choose to work because you enjoy it or because you want to grow your wealth further, but you're not forced to work to pay your bills. The Wealth Acceleration Timeline. Here's how long-term wealth building typically unfolds. Years 1 to 5, the learning phase. Building wealth feels slow because you're learning and making mistakes. Focus on increasing income and developing good financial habits. Returns are small because your investment base is small. Years 5 to 15, the acceleration phase. Compound growth becomes more visible as your investment base grows. Good habits become automatic. Multiple income streams begin generating significant returns. Years 15 to 25, the momentum phase. Compound growth generates returns larger than your annual contributions. Passive income begins replacing active income. Wealth building accelerates dramatically. Years 25 plus, the multiplication phase. Your wealth grows primarily from investment returns rather than contributions. Financial independence becomes achievable. Focus shifts from accumulation to preservation and transfer. The $10,000 decision that changed everything. Let me tell you about David, who made one decision at age 30 that completely transformed his family's financial future. David was a middle school teacher making $42,000 per year. He had $10,000 in savings and was debating whether to use it for a down payment on a nicer car or invest it in the stock market. David chose to invest the $10,000 in a diversified index fund, and then committed to adding $200 per month to his investments no matter what. For the first 5 years, this felt like a sacrifice. David drove an older car while his friends bought newer ones. He lived in a smaller apartment while his colleagues upgraded their housing. He brown-bagged lunch while others ate at restaurants. But David understood he was playing a different game. He was optimizing for 30-year returns, not 3-year lifestyle improvements. By age 40, David's disciplined investing had grown to $85,000. The compound growth was becoming visible, and David increased his monthly investments to $400. By age 50, his investments had grown to $320,000. David realized he could retire by age 60 if he continued his strategy. By age 60, David's investments had grown to over $800,000, generating enough passive income for him to retire from teaching and pursue his passion for writing. David's single decision to invest $10,000 instead of buying a nicer car had created financial independence 30 years later. The compound effect beyond money. Long-term thinking doesn't just apply to financial investments, it applies to every aspect of wealth building. Skill development, consistently improving your abilities compounds into expertise that commands higher compensation over time. Relationship building, maintaining professional and personal relationships compounds into networks that create opportunities and support. Health investments, taking care of your physical and mental health compounds into longevity and vitality that allows you to enjoy your wealth. Knowledge accumulation, continuous learning compounds into wisdom and insight that improves your decision-making across all areas of life. Your long-term wealth legacy. The question isn't whether you can build significant wealth, you can. The question is whether you're willing to think beyond immediate gratification and optimize for long-term results. Every wealthy family started with one generation that decided to think differently about money, delay gratification, and build something lasting. That generation can be yours. Your long-term wealth strategy starts with a simple decision: you will prioritize your future financial freedom over your current lifestyle desires. This doesn't mean living in poverty or depriving yourself of all enjoyment. It means being intentional about which expenses truly improve your life and which expenses just satisfy immediate desires. In our next chapter, we're going to shift from building wealth to transforming how you think about opportunity and change. We'll explore how to make the mental shift from employee thinking to entrepreneur thinking, and more importantly, how to maintain that shift even when faced with uncertainty and fear. Chapter 11: Making the Mental Shift. Daily habits that rewire your brain for entrepreneurship. If you've made it this far in our journey together, something profound has probably happened in your mind. You've started seeing the world differently. You're noticing opportunities you never saw before. You're questioning assumptions about money, security, and success that you've held your entire life. But you've probably also experienced something else: the uncomfortable tension between who you're becoming and who you've always been. This tension is completely normal, and it's actually a sign that real transformation is beginning. But it's also where most people get stuck. They have the knowledge, they understand the concepts, but they struggle to bridge the gap between knowing what entrepreneurs think and actually thinking like an entrepreneur themselves. Today, we're going to solve that problem. We're going to explore exactly how to rewire your brain from employee thinking to entrepreneur thinking, one daily habit at a time. The neuroscience of mindset change. Here's something fascinating: your brain is physically different based on how you think. Neuroscientists have discovered that when you repeatedly think certain thoughts or engage in specific behaviors, your brain literally creates new neural pathways to support those patterns. This means that employee thinking isn't just a set of beliefs, it's actually a physical brain structure built from years of reinforcement. Every time you seek permission instead of taking ownership, every time you trade time for money instead of building systems, every time you avoid risk instead of managing it intelligently, you strengthen the neural pathways that support employee thinking. But here's the good news: you can build new neural pathways that support entrepreneur thinking. It just requires consistent, intentional practice over time. Think of it like learning a new language. At first, you have to consciously translate every thought from your native language into the new language. It's slow, difficult, and sometimes frustrating. But with consistent practice, the new language becomes more natural until eventually you can think directly in that language without translation. The same process happens when you shift from employee thinking to entrepreneur thinking. At first, it requires conscious effort to reframe every situation. But with practice, entrepreneur thinking becomes your new mental default. The 5 daily practices of mental transformation. Based on studying hundreds of people who successfully made the transition from employee to entrepreneur mindset, I've identified 5 daily practices that accelerate this mental rewiring. Practice 1: The Opportunity Audit. Every evening, spend 10 minutes reviewing your day and asking these questions. What problems did I encounter today that could be solved with a better system or service? What conversations did I have where someone expressed frustration or an unmet need? What processes did I go through that seemed inefficient or unnecessarily complicated? What did I spend money on today, and was it an asset or a liability? When I started this practice, I was shocked at how many potential business opportunities one had been walking past every single day. In my first week, I identified a gap in the market for a service that helped small businesses optimize their Google My Business listings. A recurring complaint from parents about finding reliable babysitters. An inefficient process at my gym that was causing long wait times. A need for better project management tools for creative professionals. I wasn't ready to act on all of these opportunities immediately, but the daily practice was training my brain to automatically scan for business possibilities instead of just accepting problems as unchangeable facts of life. Practice 2: The Owner's Question. Throughout each day, consciously replace employee questions with owner questions. Instead of, "What's my job here?" ask, "What needs to be accomplished?" Instead of, "Is this my responsibility?" ask, how can I help solve this? Instead of, what should I do, ask, what would get the best result? Instead of, can I do this, ask, how can I make this happen? This seems simple, but it's incredibly powerful because questions determine focus. When you ask employee questions, your brain focuses on limitations, boundaries, and what you're supposed to do. When you ask owner questions, your brain focuses on opportunities, solutions, and what's possible. Start by catching yourself asking employee questions and consciously reframing them as owner questions. After a few weeks, this reframing will become automatic. Practice 3, the investment analysis. Before making any purchase over $100, perform a quick analysis. Is this an asset? Will it put money in my pocket? Or a liability? Will it take money out? If it's a liability, is it necessary for my health, safety, or ability to generate income? Could this money be invested in something that would generate returns instead? What would this money become if I invested it for 10 years instead of spending it today? I remember the first time I applied this practice to a major purchase. I was about to buy a $3,000 home theater system, something I had been wanting for months and finally felt I could afford. But when I did the investment analysis, I realized that $3,000 invested at 8% annual returns would become almost $6,500 in 10 years. Was a home theater system worth $6,500 to me? When I framed it that way, the answer was clearly no. Instead, I invested the $3,000 and bought a much more modest sound system for $300. I barely noticed the difference in my daily life, but that $3,000 investment became the foundation of my first real investment portfolio. Practice 4, the systems thinking exercise. Once a week, identify one routine task or process in your life and ask, how could this be systematized so it requires less of my personal time and attention? What parts of this could be automated, delegated, or eliminated entirely? How could I create a process that would work even if I wasn't personally managing it? This practice trains your brain to think in terms of systems and scalability rather than just personal task completion. For example, you might systematize your monthly bill paying by setting up automatic payments. Your grocery shopping by creating standardized lists and using delivery services. Your exercise routine by joining a gym with classes instead of trying to motivate yourself daily. Your investment strategy by setting up automatic contributions to diversified funds. Each systematization frees up mental energy and time that you can redirect toward higher value activities. Practice 5, the learning investment. Spend at least 30 minutes every day learning something that could increase your ability to create value or generate income. This could be reading books about business, investing, or industry trends. Taking online courses that develop marketable skills. Listening to podcasts featuring successful entrepreneurs. Watching educational videos about topics relevant to your goals. The key is making this learning time non-negotiable. Treat it like an investment that will compound over time, because that's exactly what it is. Most employees stop learning new skills once they've secured a job. Entrepreneurs never stop learning because they understand that knowledge and capabilities directly translate into earning potential. Overcoming the fear of change. As you begin implementing these practices, you'll inevitably face fear and resistance. This is normal and actually healthy. It means your brain recognizes that significant change is happening. The most common fears people experience during this transformation include fear of losing security. What if I give up my stable situation and things don't work out? Response: remember that traditional job security is largely an illusion. The real security comes from developing the skills and mindset to create value in any situation. Fear of social judgment. What will people think if I start talking about business ideas and investment strategies? Response: most people's opinions are based on their own fears and limitations, not on what's actually possible for you. Surround yourself with people who support your growth rather than those who want to keep you comfortable. Fear of failure. What if I try to think like an entrepreneur but I'm not successful? Response: the biggest failure is never trying to grow beyond your current limitations. Every entrepreneur has failures, they're learning experiences that build resilience and wisdom. Fear of success: what if I become successful and I change in ways I don't like? Response: success doesn't change your character, it amplifies it. Focus on becoming the kind of person you want to be regardless of your financial situation. Creating your transformation environment. Your environment has a massive impact on your mindset development. If you're surrounded by people who think like employees, consume media that reinforces employee thinking, and engage in activities that don't support your growth, it will be much harder to make the mental shift. Audit your information diet. What are you reading, watching, and listening to every day? Is it content that expands your thinking about what's possible, or content that reinforces limitations and fears? Start replacing passive entertainment with active learning. Instead of watching TV shows, listen to business podcasts. Instead of scrolling social media aimlessly, read books about investing and entrepreneurship. Evaluate your social circle. Who are you spending the most time with, and how do they think about money, opportunity, and risk? This doesn't mean you need to abandon old friends, but it does mean being intentional about also spending time with people who think bigger than your current situation. Join investment clubs, attend entrepreneurship meetups, participate in online communities focused on business and wealth building. Surround yourself with people who are already thinking and acting like you want to think and act. Design your physical environment. What does your living and working space communicate about your goals and aspirations? Create visual reminders of your wealth-building journey, investment account statements, business books, vision boards, anything that keeps your long-term goals visible and top of mind. The 90-Day Mental Transformation Challenge. Real mindset change doesn't happen overnight, but it also doesn't take years. With focused effort, you can create significant mental shifts in about 90 days. Days 1 to 30, Foundation Building. Implement the 5 daily practices consistently. Begin auditing and improving your information diet. Start connecting with people who think differently about money and opportunity. Days 31 to 60, Momentum Building. Notice how your automatic responses to situations are beginning to change. Take small actions based on your new thinking, start a side project, make your first investment, solve a problem you've identified. Celebrate evidence that your mindset is shifting. Days 61 to 90, Integration. Entrepreneur thinking starts feeling more natural and less forced. You begin seeing opportunities and solutions that others miss. You're ready to take larger, more committed actions based on your transformed mindset. Measuring your progress. How do you know if your mental transformation is working? Look for these signs. You automatically think, "How can I solve this?" when you encounter problems. You get excited about learning new skills that could increase your earning potential. You evaluate purchases based on their impact on your long-term wealth building. You feel more confident about your ability to create value and generate income. You start having conversations about opportunities and possibilities rather than just problems and limitations. The compound effect of daily practice. Remember, each of these practices might seem small on any given day, but they compound over time to create massive changes in how you see and interact with the world. Just like physical exercise, the daily practice of thinking like an entrepreneur strengthens the mental muscles that create wealth-building opportunities and outcomes. And just like compound investment returns, the benefits accelerate over time. The mental shifts you create in the first 30 days make the next 30 days easier, which makes the following 30 days even easier. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how to test your transformed mindset safely while you're still employed. You'll learn how to start thinking and acting like an entrepreneur without risking your current security, giving you the confidence to eventually make bigger commitments to your new direction. Chapter 12, Testing Entrepreneurial Waters. Side hustles, your training ground for business thinking. One of the biggest myths about entrepreneurship is that you have to make an all-or-nothing leap from employee to business owner. Quit your job, risk everything, and hope it works out. This myth has prevented millions of capable people from ever testing their entrepreneurial potential because the perceived risk feels too high. They imagine that exploring business ownership means immediately giving up their security, their steady income, and their predictable lifestyle. But the most successful entrepreneurs rarely make dramatic leaps. Instead, they build bridges. They test their ideas while maintaining their security. They develop their business skills gradually while keeping their day jobs. They prove their concepts on a small scale before making major commitments. Today, we're going to explore how to safely test entrepreneurial waters while keeping your current situation intact. You'll learn how to use side businesses as training grounds for developing business thinking, building confidence, and creating income streams that could eventually replace your employee income entirely. The bridge strategy. Think of your transition from employee to entrepreneur as building a bridge between two islands. One island represents your current situation, employment, steady income, predictable routine. The other island represents entrepreneurship, business ownership, variable income, unlimited potential. Most people think they have to swim from one island to the other, risking drowning if they can't make it all the way. But smart entrepreneurs build bridges that allow them to safely move back and forth between both islands until they're confident about making the final transition. Side businesses are that bridge. They allow you to test your business ideas with minimal risk. Develop entrepreneurial skills while maintaining income security. Build confidence through small wins before making larger commitments. Create additional income streams that reduce your dependence on employment. Validate your ability to create value and attract customers. The Weekend Entrepreneur Success Story. Let me tell you about Lisa, a marketing manager who transformed her financial life through intelligent side business development. Lisa worked full-time for a software company, making $72,000 per year. She enjoyed her job but felt limited by the corporate environment and wanted more control over her income potential. However, she also had a mortgage, car payments, and needed her health insurance, so quitting her job felt impossibly risky. Instead of making a dramatic leap, Lisa started small. She noticed that many small businesses in her area had poorly designed websites that weren't generating leads effectively. Using skills she had developed in her corporate job, Lisa started offering website optimization services on evenings and weekends. Her first client was a local restaurant owner who paid her $500 to improve their online ordering system. The project took Lisa about 10 hours spread over 2 weeks, work she could easily fit around her day job schedule. Within 6 months, Lisa had completed projects for 8 different businesses and was generating an additional $2,000 to $3,000 per month in side income. More importantly, she was developing skills, confidence, and business relationships that would have been impossible to build within her corporate job. After 18 months, Lisa's side business was consistently generating $4,000 per month, more than half of her corporate salary. At that point, she felt confident enough to negotiate part-time status at her corporate job, giving her more time to grow her business while maintaining some income security. 2 years after starting her weekend consulting practice, Lisa's business income exceeded her corporate salary, and she made the transition to full-time entrepreneurship with confidence, an established client base, and proven income-generating systems. The Low-Risk Testing Framework. The key to successfully testing entrepreneurial waters is starting with low-risk experiments that require minimal time and money investments. Here's a framework for designing these tests. Level 1, Market Validation, Investment, Time Only. Before investing money in any business idea, test whether there's actually demand for what you want to offer. This might involve creating simple surveys to gauge interest in your solution, having conversations with potential customers about their problems and needs, building a basic landing page that describes your service and measuring response, offering your service manually on a small scale before building automated systems. For example, if you think there's a market for meal planning services for busy professionals, start by creating meal plans for a few friends and family members for free. Asking for feedback on what they found most valuable. Surveying colleagues about their meal planning challenges. Testing whether people would actually pay for custom meal planning by offering a paid pilot program. Level 2, Skill Development, Investment, Minimal Money, Focused Time. Once you've validated that there's demand for your solution, test your ability to deliver it consistently and profitably. This involves delivering your service to a small number of paying customers, documenting your processes and systems, calculating your actual time investment and profit margins, refining your approach based on real customer feedback. Level 3, Scalability Testing, Investment, Moderate Money and Time. After proving you can deliver value profitably, test whether your business model can scale beyond your personal time investment. This might include hiring freelancers to help with delivery, creating systems and processes that don't require your constant oversight, testing different pricing models and service packages, building automated systems for customer acquisition and management. The 5 most effective side business models. Based on studying hundreds of successful side business transitions, certain business models consistently work well for testing entrepreneurial waters. 1. Service-based consulting. Leveraging skills you already have from your day job to solve problems for other businesses or individuals. Advantages. Low startup costs, usually just your time and knowledge. Can often be done remotely and on flexible schedules. Builds on existing expertise, so you're not starting from zero. High profit margins since you're selling knowledge rather than products. Examples. Marketing consulting for small businesses. Financial planning for young professionals. HR consulting for startups. Technical training for non-technical teams. 2. Digital product creation. Creating information products, courses, or tools that can be sold repeatedly without additional time investment. Advantages. Scalable income that's not limited by your available hours. Can generate passive income over time. Global reach through online distribution. Relatively low startup costs. Examples. Online courses teaching skills you've mastered. E-books solving problems you understand well. Software tools addressing needs you've identified. Templates and resources for specific industries. I know a graphic designer who created a set of social media templates for restaurants. She spent about 40 hours creating the initial template package, priced it at $49, and has sold over 500 copies with minimal additional effort. That's $24,500 from 40 hours of initial work, a much better return than any hourly consulting rate. 3. E-commerce and physical products. Selling physical products through online platforms, often starting with dropshipping or print-on-demand to minimize inventory risk. Advantages. Can start with minimal inventory investment. Multiple platforms available for easy setup: Amazon, Shopify, Etsy. Potential for significant scaling if products are successful. Valuable experience with online marketing and customer service. Examples. Dropshipping products in niches you understand. Print-on-demand designs for specific communities. Handmade products sold through online marketplaces. Private label products in underserved categories. 4. Local service businesses. Providing services to businesses and consumers in your geographic area. Advantages. Often less online competition than digital businesses. Relationship-based businesses that can build steady customer bases. Many opportunities for recurring revenue models. Can often start with existing tools and equipment. Examples. Home cleaning or maintenance services. Pet care services. Event planning and coordination. Personal training or fitness coaching. 5. Investment and passive income streams. Building income sources that don't require active management once established. Advantages. Can eventually replace active income entirely. Compound over time to create significant wealth. Provide financial security for pursuing other opportunities. Don't compete with day job time once established. Examples: real estate rental properties, dividend-paying stock portfolios, peer-to-peer lending, creating intellectual property that generates royalties. Your side business selection criteria. Not every business opportunity is right for testing while employed. Here are the criteria that make some businesses better bridge-building opportunities than others. Time flexibility. Can the work be done on your own schedule, outside of normal business hours? Low startup costs. Can you test the concept with minimal financial investment? Skill alignment. Does the business leverage skills and knowledge you already have? Market accessibility. Can you reach potential customers without competing directly with your employer? Growth potential. Could this business eventually generate enough income to replace your salary? Learning value. Will running this business teach you skills that support your long-term entrepreneurial goals? Building confidence through small wins. One of the most valuable aspects of side business development is the confidence you build through proving to yourself that you can. Identify problems that people will pay to solve. Create solutions that deliver real value. Attract customers and generate revenue. Manage business operations effectively. Adapt and improve based on market feedback. Each successful project, satisfied customer, and dollar earned through your side business is evidence that you have entrepreneurial capabilities. This evidence builds the confidence necessary for eventually making larger commitments to business ownership. Many people never make the transition to entrepreneurship not because they lack the ability, but because they lack confidence in their ability. Side businesses provide a low-risk way to build that confidence systematically. Avoiding common side business pitfalls. While side businesses are excellent testing grounds, there are several common mistakes that can derail your progress. Pitfall 1. Competing directly with your employer. Never start a side business that directly competes with your current employer or violates any non-compete agreements you may have signed. Solution. Choose business opportunities in different industries or that serve different customer segments than your employer. Pitfall 2. Letting side business impact day job performance. If your side business activities start affecting your job performance, you risk losing both your security and your bridge-building opportunity. Solution. Maintain strict boundaries between your day job and side business activities. Never work on side projects during company time or using company resources. Pitfall 3. Scaling too quickly. Some people get early success with side businesses and immediately try to scale to full-time before they've properly tested and systematized their operations. Solution. Use the 3-level testing framework to gradually validate scalability before making major time or financial commitments. Pitfall 4. Neglecting business fundamentals. Because side businesses often start informally, it's easy to neglect important business practices like proper bookkeeping, tax planning, and legal structure. Solution. Treat your side business like a real business from the beginning, even if it's small. Keep accurate records, understand your profit margins, and plan for tax obligations. The transition timeline. How long should you expect the bridge-building process to take? Based on studying successful transitions, here's a typical timeline. Months 1 to 6, validation and initial testing. Test your business concept with minimal investment. Complete your first few projects or sales. Refine your approach based on early feedback. Establish basic business operations. Months 6 to 18, growth and systematization. Build a consistent customer base. Develop reliable systems and processes. Grow monthly revenue to $2,000 to $5,000. Build confidence in your ability to scale. Months 18 to 36, scaling and decision point. Test whether the business can grow beyond your personal time investment. Reach monthly revenue that could potentially replace your salary. Make the decision about transitioning to full-time entrepreneurship. Remember, this timeline can vary significantly based on your business model, available time, and market conditions. The key is focusing on building a solid foundation rather than rushing the process. Your side business is more than just extra income, it's your entrepreneurial education program. Every challenge you overcome, every customer you serve, and every system you build is preparing you for successful full-time business ownership. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how to know when you're ready to make the transition from employee to full-time entrepreneur, and how to manage that transition strategically to minimize risk while maximizing your chances of success. Chapter 13, The Transition Strategy. When and how to make the leap from employee to entrepreneur. There comes a moment in every entrepreneur's journey when they must answer the ultimate question: am I ready to leave the safety of employment and commit fully to building my own wealth? This decision terrifies most people because it feels like stepping off a cliff into the unknown. But for those who have been building their bridge systematically, testing ideas, developing skills, and creating alternative income streams, this transition becomes less of a leap and more of a strategic move from a position of strength. Today, we're going to explore exactly how to know when you're ready to make this transition, how to plan it strategically to minimize risk, and how to manage the practical and emotional challenges that come with leaving the employee world behind. The Ready or Not Decision Framework. The biggest mistake most people make is treating the employment to entrepreneurship transition as an emotional decision based on how they feel about their job on any given day. Bad day at work? Time to quit and start a business. Good performance review? Maybe employment isn't so bad after all. This emotional approach leads to poor timing, inadequate preparation, and ultimately, failed business ventures that send people running back to employment with their confidence shattered. Smart entrepreneurs make this transition based on objective criteria, not emotional reactions. Here's the framework for determining if you're actually ready. Financial Readiness Criteria. Criterion 1, Alternative Income Validation. Your side business or alternative income streams should be generating at least 75% of your monthly living expenses consistently for at least 6 months. This isn't just about having made that much money once or twice, it's about proving that you can generate that income reliably month after month. When I was evaluating my own transition, my consulting business had generated over $4,000 per month for 8 consecutive months, while my living expenses were about $4,800 per month. This gave me confidence that I could maintain my lifestyle with just a small increase in business revenue. Criterion 2, Financial Safety Net. You should have saved at least 6 to 12 months of living expenses in addition to your alternative income streams. This safety net isn't just for worst-case scenarios, it's also psychological insurance that allows you to make business decisions based on what's best for long-term growth rather than immediate cash flow needs. Criterion 3, Debt Management. Your debt-to-income ratio should be manageable based on your alternative income, not your employment income. If you can't comfortably service your debts with your business income alone, you're not financially ready for the transition. This may mean paying down debt or increasing your business income before making the leap. Skills and Systems Readiness. Criterion 4. Operational Competence. You should have proven systems for attracting and converting customers, delivering your product or service consistently, managing business finances and operations, handling the administrative aspects of running a business. These systems should work without your constant attention and should be documented well enough that others could help you execute them if needed. I remember meeting an entrepreneur who thought he was ready to leave his job because his side business was generating good revenue. But when I asked him what would happen if he got sick for 2 weeks, he realized his entire business would stop operating because everything depended on his personal involvement. That conversation helped him understand that he needed to build more robust systems before making the transition. Criterion 5, Market Position. You should have a clear understanding of who your customers are and why they buy from you. Competitive advantages that differentiate you from other solutions. A pipeline of potential customers beyond just your current client base. Pricing that generates healthy profit margins, not just revenue. Psychological and social readiness. Criterion 6, Mindset Transformation. You should genuinely think more like an entrepreneur than an employee. This means automatically looking for opportunities to create value rather than waiting for assignments. Feeling comfortable with uncertainty and variable income. Taking ownership of results rather than just completing tasks. Thinking in terms of systems and scalability rather than just personal effort. Criterion 7, Support System Alignment. Your family and closest friends should understand and support your transition. This doesn't mean they have to be enthusiastic about every aspect of entrepreneurship, but they should understand why this change is important to you and be willing to support you through the challenges. Family pressure and social judgment can undermine even the most prepared entrepreneurs. Make sure you've had honest conversations with the people who matter most about what this transition will mean for everyone involved. The Strategic Transition Plan. Once you've met the readiness criteria, the actual transition should be planned as carefully as any major business project. Here's the strategic approach that minimizes risk while maximizing your chances of success. Phase 1, the soft transition, months 1 to 3. Rather than quitting abruptly, negotiate a gradual reduction in your employment hours if possible. This might involve moving from full-time to part-time status. Negotiating a consulting arrangement with your current employer. Taking unpaid leave to test full-time entrepreneurship temporarily. Working remotely with flexible hours to accommodate business growth. Benefits of the soft transition. Maintain some income security while you adjust to full-time business ownership. Allows you to test your business systems under higher volume/pressure. Provides time to optimize operations before losing your employment income entirely. Reduces the psychological stress of an immediate total change. Sarah, a marketing manager who had built a successful social media consulting practice, negotiated with her employer to work 3 days per week for 6 months while she scaled her business. This arrangement gave her 2 extra days per week to focus on business growth while maintaining 60% of her salary and her health insurance. By the end of 6 months, her consulting income had grown enough to replace her full salary, and she was able to leave employment with confidence and her employer's blessing. Phase 2, the complete transition, months 4 to 6. Once you've successfully managed the soft transition and your business income is consistently exceeding your employment income, you can make the complete transition to full-time entrepreneurship. Key elements of this phase. Formal resignation with appropriate notice and professionalism. Complete transfer of employment responsibilities to ensure you leave on good terms. Full activation of all business growth systems and strategies. Implementation of business insurance, benefits, and administrative structures. Phase 3, the optimization phase, months 7 to 12. The first year of full-time entrepreneurship should focus on optimizing and scaling your proven business model rather than experimenting with completely new approaches. Priorities during this phase. Systematically increasing revenue through proven channels. Building team members and systems to handle increased volume. Developing multiple income streams within your core business model. Creating long-term strategic plans for sustained growth. Managing the practical challenges. The transition from employee to entrepreneur involves several practical challenges that can be managed effectively with proper planning. Health insurance and benefits. Research individual health insurance options well before you need them. Consider COBRA coverage as a temporary bridge if available. Investigate health sharing plans or association group coverage. Build the cost of insurance into your business financial planning. Tax and accounting changes. Establish proper business entity structure, LLC, S-Corp, etc. Set up business banking and accounting systems. Plan for quarterly tax payments instead of automatic payroll deduction. Consider hiring a CPA who specializes in small business taxation. Retirement and investment planning. Roll over employer 401k to an individual IRA. Establish SEPRA or solo 401k for business retirement planning. Continue consistent investing despite variable income. Consider working with a fee-only financial advisor who understands entrepreneurs. Managing family and social dynamics. The transition to entrepreneurship affects more than just your professional life, it impacts your relationships, social identity, and family dynamics. Common relationship challenges and solutions. Income variability stress. Your income will likely become less predictable, which can create anxiety for you and your family. Solution: create detailed financial projections, maintain larger emergency funds, and communicate regularly about financial status and business progress. Time management changes. Entrepreneurship often requires more total hours, especially initially, and the hours may be less predictable. Solution: set clear boundaries about work time, family time, and personal time. Communicate your schedule in advance and honor your commitments to family time. Social identity shifts. Moving from employee to entrepreneur changes how others see you and how you see yourself. Solution: be patient with this adjustment and focus on the values and goals that drove your decision rather than other people's opinions or expectations. Overcoming the emotional challenges. Even with perfect preparation, the transition to entrepreneurship involves significant emotional challenges. Imposter syndrome. You may feel like you're playing business rather than running a real company, especially in the early stages. Response: remember that every successful entrepreneur started exactly where you are now. Focus on serving customers and solving problems rather than worrying about whether you look like an entrepreneur. Decision fatigue. As an entrepreneur, you'll make many more decisions daily than you did as an employee, which can be mentally exhausting. Response: create systems and frameworks for common decisions so you're not reinventing the wheel constantly. Set aside specific times for strategic decision-making. Isolation and loneliness. Entrepreneurship can be lonely, especially if you're used to the social aspects of traditional employment. Response: actively build connections with other entrepreneurs through networking groups, mastermind organizations, or co-working spaces. The first-year success metrics. How do you measure success in your first year as a full-time entrepreneur? Focus on these key indicators. Financial metrics. Monthly revenue growth compared to your last employment salary. Profit margins and cash flow consistency. Customer acquisition costs and lifetime value. Emergency fund maintenance despite business investments. Operational metrics. System reliability and efficiency improvements. Time spent on different business activities. Customer satisfaction and retention rates. Team member productivity and satisfaction. Personal metrics. Stress levels and work-life balance compared to employment. Learning and skill development progress. Confidence in business decision-making. Overall life satisfaction and sense of purpose. Your new reality. Making the transition from employee to entrepreneur isn't just about changing how you earn money, it's about fundamentally changing your relationship with work, opportunity, and your own potential. As a full-time entrepreneur, you'll discover capabilities you never knew you had. You'll solve problems you never imagined you could solve. You'll create value in ways that seemed impossible when you were thinking like an employee. But most importantly, you'll prove to yourself that you're capable of taking control of your own financial destiny rather than depending on someone else to provide it for you. This transition represents more than a career change, it represents personal transformation from someone who hopes others will take care of their financial future to someone who knows they can create their own financial future. In our final chapters, we're going to explore what comes next, how to build a scalable business empire, develop leadership skills that attract top talent, and create a legacy that extends far beyond your own financial success. Chapter 14: Choosing Your Business Model. Service businesses versus product businesses versus digital businesses. Now that you've made the mental shift to entrepreneur thinking and successfully transitioned from employee to business owner, you face one of the most critical decisions in your entrepreneurial journey: what type of business should you build? This isn't just about what industry you want to work in or what products you want to sell. This is about choosing the fundamental structure that will determine how your business grows, how much time you'll need to invest, how scalable your income will be, and ultimately, what kind of wealth you'll be able to build. The business model you choose today will shape your entrepreneurial life for years to come. Choose wisely, and you'll build a wealth-generating machine that gives you both financial freedom and personal fulfillment. Choose poorly, and you might find yourself trapped in a business that's more demanding than the job you left behind. The 3 fundamental business models. Every business, regardless of industry, falls into one of 3 fundamental categories. Understanding these categories and their implications is crucial for making the right choice for your situation, skills, and goals. Service businesses, selling your expertise. Service businesses involve selling your knowledge, skills, or time to solve problems for other people or businesses. This includes consulting, coaching, professional services, and any business where you're primarily delivering expertise rather than physical products. Product businesses, creating and selling physical items. Product businesses involve creating, manufacturing, or sourcing physical items that customers purchase and own. This includes everything from handmade crafts to manufactured goods to imported products sold through retail channels. Digital businesses, leveraging technology for scale. Digital businesses use technology to create, deliver, and scale value. This includes software applications, online courses, digital content, e-commerce platforms, and any business model that exists primarily in the digital realm. Let me illustrate these differences with 3 entrepreneurs who started businesses in the same year with similar goals but very different outcomes based on their business model choices. Service business, Michael the marketing consultant. Michael left his corporate marketing job to start a consulting firm helping small businesses improve their digital marketing. He leveraged his existing expertise and network to quickly attract clients willing to pay $150 per hour for his services. Within 6 months, Michael was earning $8,000 per month working about 50 hours per week. Within 2 years, he was generating $15,000 per month and felt successful compared to his old corporate salary. But Michael discovered a problem: his income was still directly tied to his personal time. When he took vacation, his income stopped. When he got sick, his business suffered. His business had high profit margins, but it was essentially a high-paying job rather than a scalable wealth-building system. Product business, Sarah the specialty food creator. Sarah started a business creating artisanal hot sauces using family recipes. She began by selling at local farmers markets and gradually expanded to online sales and retail distribution. Sarah's business required significant upfront investment in equipment, ingredients, packaging, and inventory. Her first year was financially challenging as she perfected her recipes, obtained necessary permits, and built her customer base. But by year 3, Sarah had created systems for manufacturing, distribution, and marketing that allowed her business to grow without proportional increases in her personal time investment. She could produce hundreds of bottles of hot sauce in the same time it previously took to make dozens. Digital business, David the course creator. David identified a gap in the market for practical project management training for creative professionals. Instead of offering one-on-one consulting, he created an online course that taught these skills systematically. David spent 4 months developing his course content, filming videos, and building his online platform. His first year was slow, generating only $3,000 in total revenue as he refined his marketing and course delivery. But in year 2, David's course began gaining traction through word of mouth and online marketing. Since the course could be sold repeatedly without additional delivery costs, David's income began scaling rapidly. By year 3, he was generating $25,000 per month with minimal ongoing time investment. 5 years later, here's where each entrepreneur stood. Michael was generating $18,000 per month but working 60 hours per week and feeling burned out. His business was successful but not scalable. Sarah had built a $2 million per year business that operated largely without her daily involvement. She had created real business equity that could eventually be sold. David was generating $40,000 per month working about 20 hours per week, with most of his time focused on creating new courses rather than delivering existing ones. Understanding scalability factors. The key difference between these business models is their scalability potential. Time scalability: can you generate more revenue without working proportionally more hours? Service businesses typically have limited time scalability because revenue is directly tied to hours worked. Even if you raise your rates, there are only so many billable hours in a week. Product businesses can achieve time scalability through manufacturing processes, distribution systems, and operational efficiency improvements. Digital businesses often have the highest time scalability because they can serve unlimited customers with the same core product or service. Financial scalability. Can you increase revenue without proportionally increasing costs? Service businesses usually have excellent profit margins but limited financial scalability because adding revenue typically requires adding expensive human resources. Product businesses can achieve financial scalability through economies of scale in manufacturing and distribution, but they often require significant capital investment to reach those scales. Digital businesses typically have the best financial scalability because they can serve additional customers with minimal incremental costs. Geographic scalability: can you serve customers beyond your local area? Service businesses are often limited by geography unless they can be delivered remotely. Local services like lawn care or house cleaning can't easily scale beyond their geographic area. Product businesses can scale geographically through shipping and distribution, but this adds complexity and costs. Digital businesses typically have unlimited geographic scalability from day one, able to serve customers anywhere with internet access. Matching business models to your situation. The best business model depends on your specific situation, skills, resources, and goals. Service businesses are ideal when you have deep expertise in a specific area that businesses or individuals will pay premium rates to access. You enjoy working directly with clients and solving unique problems. You want to start with minimal capital investment. You prefer predictable income and don't mind trading time for money initially. You're building toward eventually systematizing your expertise into products or digital offerings. Service businesses are excellent starting points for many entrepreneurs because they allow you to begin generating revenue immediately while you develop other business models. I started with consulting services, then used the expertise and credibility I built to create digital courses and products. Product businesses are ideal when you have identified a physical product that solves a real problem for a specific market. You have access to capital for inventory, equipment, and operational setup. You enjoy the process of creating, manufacturing, and optimizing physical products. You want to build a business with tangible assets that could eventually be sold. You're comfortable with the complexity of inventory management, shipping, and quality control. Digital businesses are ideal when you can create digital solutions that provide ongoing value to customers. You want maximum scalability and location independence. You're comfortable with technology and online marketing. You prefer building systems that can generate passive income over time. You want to minimize operational complexity and overhead costs. The hybrid approach strategy. Many successful entrepreneurs don't limit themselves to a single business model. Instead, they use what I call the hybrid approach, starting with one model and strategically expanding into others over time. The service-to-digital evolution. This is one of the most common and successful hybrid approaches. Start with service business to generate immediate income and build expertise. Document your processes and methodologies while serving clients. Create digital products, courses, templates, software, based on your proven expertise. Eventually transition to primarily digital income while maintaining select high-value service clients. I know a business coach who followed this exact path. She started with one-on-one coaching at $200 per session. As she developed proven frameworks for helping clients, she created online courses priced at $500 each. Eventually, she built a software platform that automated many of her coaching processes. Today, she generates most of her income from digital products and software subscriptions, but she still maintains a small roster of high-end coaching clients who pay $5,000 per month for direct access to her expertise. The product-to-digital enhancement. Product businesses can enhance their scalability by adding digital components. Physical products with accompanying mobile apps or online communities. Subscription services that complement one-time product purchases. Online courses that teach customers how to get maximum value from products. Digital tools that enhance the physical product experience. Evaluating business model profitability. Different business models have different profit potential and cash flow patterns. Service business economics. High profit margins, 60 to 80%, but limited by available time. Fast cash flow, you can often get paid immediately for completed work. Low startup costs but income stops when you stop working. Scalable through team building but requires management overhead. Product business economics. Moderate profit margins, 20 to 50%, but unlimited volume potential. Slower cash flow, you must invest in inventory before generating sales. Higher startup costs but can create lasting business equity. Scalable through operational efficiency and distribution expansion. Digital business economics. Very high profit margins, 80 to 95%, with unlimited scalability potential. Variable cash flow, slow initially but can become very predictable. Low ongoing costs but require significant upfront time investment. Highly scalable with proper systems and marketing. The strategic business model selection process. Here's a systematic approach to choosing the right business model for your situation. Step 1. Assess your current resources. Available capital for startup and operating expenses. Time availability for business development and operations. Existing skills, expertise, and professional relationships. Risk tolerance for different types of investments. Step 2. Clarify your goals. Desired income level and timeline for achieving it. Preferred level of involvement in day-to-day operations. Geographic lifestyle preferences, local versus location independent. Long-term vision for business growth and potential exit. Step 3. Evaluate market opportunities. Size and growth potential of your target market. Existing competition and market saturation levels. Customer willingness to pay for different types of solutions. Regulatory requirements and barriers to entry. Step 4. Consider integration possibilities. How could you combine elements of different business models? What natural evolution path exists from your starting model to other models? How could multiple business models work together synergistically? Common business model mistakes to avoid. Mistake 1. Choosing based on what sounds easy. No business model is truly easy, they all require significant effort and skill development. Choose based on what aligns with your strengths and goals, not what seems like the path of least resistance. Mistake 2. Starting too many models simultaneously. Focus on mastering one business model before expanding into others. Trying to build service, product, and digital businesses simultaneously usually results in mediocre performance in all areas. Mistake 3. Ignoring scalability from the beginning. Even if you start with a less scalable model like services, plan for how you'll eventually create more scalable income streams. Build systems and document processes from day one. Mistake 4. Underestimating the skills required. Each business model requires different skill sets. Service businesses require excellent client management skills. Product businesses require operational and logistics capabilities. Digital businesses require technical and online marketing expertise. Your business model action plan. Ready to choose your business model? Here's your systematic approach. Week 1. Complete your situation analysis. Use the assessment criteria above to understand your resources, goals, and constraints clearly. Week 2, Research Market Opportunities. Investigate the market potential for business ideas that interest you across different models. Week 3, Talk to existing entrepreneurs. Interview people who have built businesses in each model you're considering to understand the real challenges and opportunities. Week 4, Make your decision and create your plan. Choose your primary business model and create a detailed plan for the first 90 days of development. In our next chapter, we're going to explore how your chosen business model influences the most critical factor in long-term success, developing a growth mindset that allows you to adapt, scale, and continuously improve your business over time. Chapter 15, The Growth Mindset in Action. Continuous learning and adaptation. Here's a truth that separates successful entrepreneurs from those who struggle: your business will never outgrow your personal development. The skills, mindset, and capabilities that got you to where you are today will not be sufficient to take you where you want to go tomorrow. The market will change, technology will evolve, customer needs will shift, and competition will intensify. The entrepreneurs who thrive are those who grow faster than their challenges. Today, we're going to explore the most crucial factor in long-term entrepreneurial success: developing a growth mindset that treats every obstacle as a learning opportunity, every failure as valuable feedback, and every success as a foundation for the next level of achievement. The Tale of Two Businesses. Let me tell you about two entrepreneurs who started similar consulting businesses in the same year, with comparable skills and equal initial success. 5 years later, their outcomes couldn't have been more different. Fixed mindset, Tom's plateau. Tom built a successful marketing consulting firm that quickly grew to $200,000 in annual revenue. He had found a formula that worked: help small businesses improve their Google advertising results using strategies he had mastered in his corporate career. For the first 2 years, Tom was thriving. His services were in high demand, his clients got excellent results, and his income was stable and growing. Tom felt he had figured out entrepreneurship. But Tom made a crucial mistake: he stopped learning and growing. When clients asked about social media marketing, Tom referred them elsewhere because, "That's not what I do." When new Google advertising features were released, Tom stuck with the approaches he knew worked. When potential clients requested services outside his expertise, Tom turned them away rather than expanding his capabilities. Over time, Tom's business began to stagnate. His tried-and-true methods became less effective as the digital marketing landscape evolved. Younger competitors who embraced new platforms and techniques began winning clients Tom used to serve easily. Tom's revenue plateaued at $200,000 and then slowly declined as his approach became outdated. Tom had fallen into the fixed mindset trap, believing that his current skills and knowledge were sufficient for permanent success. Growth mindset, Lisa's evolution. Lisa started a similar consulting business at the same time as Tom, with comparable initial success. But Lisa approached her business with a fundamentally different mindset. When clients asked about services outside her expertise, Lisa saw opportunities to learn and expand rather than reasons to say no. When new marketing platforms emerged, Lisa invested time in understanding them, even if it meant short-term income reduction while she learned. When Lisa encountered challenges she couldn't immediately solve, she sought out mentors, joined mastermind groups, and continuously upgraded her skills. When strategies that had worked well stopped producing results, Lisa treated this as valuable market feedback rather than business failure. By year 3, Lisa's business had evolved far beyond its original scope. She had expanded from basic Google advertising to comprehensive digital marketing strategy, added team members with complementary skills, and developed proprietary systems that delivered better results than standard approaches. By year 5, Lisa had built a $1.2 million business that was growing rapidly and had been approached by several larger agencies interested in acquisition. The difference between Tom and Lisa wasn't intelligence, initial skills, or market opportunity. The difference was mindset. Tom believed his success came from what he already knew, while Lisa believed her success came from her ability to continuously learn and adapt. Understanding growth mindset versus fixed mindset. This distinction between growth and fixed mindset is one of the most important concepts in entrepreneurial success. Fixed mindset characteristics. Believes abilities and intelligence are static traits. Avoids challenges that might reveal limitations. Gives up easily when faced with obstacles. Sees effort as a sign of weakness or inadequacy. Ignores useful criticism and feedback. Feels threatened by other people's success. Growth mindset characteristics. Believes abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. Embraces challenges as opportunities to learn and improve. Persists in the face of setbacks and obstacles. Sees effort as the path to mastery and success. Learns from criticism and feedback. Finds inspiration in other people's success. In business, these different mindsets create dramatically different outcomes over time. Fixed mindset entrepreneurs plateau quickly and struggle to adapt to changing markets. Growth mindset entrepreneurs continuously evolve and often achieve success far beyond their initial capabilities. The 4 pillars of entrepreneurial growth mindset. Successful entrepreneurs consistently demonstrate growth mindset through 4 key areas. Pillar 1, Learning agility. This is the ability to quickly acquire new knowledge and skills as your business demands them. Learning agility means recognizing knowledge gaps quickly and addressing them systematically. Being comfortable being a beginner at new skills, even when you're an expert in your core area. Investing time and money in learning even when you're busy with current business demands. Applying new knowledge rapidly rather than just consuming information. When I first started my business, I was excellent at the core service delivery but terrible at sales and marketing. Instead of avoiding these areas or hiring others immediately, I invested significant time learning these skills myself. This wasn't just about saving money on hiring, it was about understanding every aspect of my business well enough to make informed decisions and teach others effectively. Pillar 2, Failure reframing. Growth mindset entrepreneurs don't experience fewer failures, they interpret failures differently. Instead of seeing failures as evidence of inadequacy, they see failures as valuable data about what doesn't work. Stepping stones toward finding what does work. Proof that they're pushing boundaries and taking appropriate risks. Opportunities to build resilience and problem-solving skills. Every successful entrepreneur has a collection of expensive lessons, failures that cost time, money, or effort but ultimately contributed to their success by teaching them what to avoid in the future. The key is failing fast, learning quickly, and applying those lessons to avoid similar failures while pursuing bigger opportunities. Pillar 3, Feedback integration. Growth mindset entrepreneurs actively seek feedback and use it to improve, even when that feedback is uncomfortable or critical. This includes regularly asking customers for honest feedback about your products or services. Seeking mentorship from people who have achieved what you want to achieve. Participating in peer groups where other entrepreneurs can challenge your thinking. Using data and metrics to get objective feedback about business performance. Pillar 4, Continuous innovation. Growth mindset entrepreneurs never assume their current approach is optimal. They're always looking for ways to improve, optimize, and innovate. This means regularly questioning existing processes and systems. Experimenting with new approaches even when current methods are working. Staying informed about trends and developments in your industry and related fields. Being willing to cannibalize your own successful products or services to create better ones. Practical growth mindset development strategies. Developing growth mindset isn't just about changing how you think, it's about changing how you act. Here are specific strategies for building growth mindset into your entrepreneurial practice. Strategy 1, the learning budget. Allocate at least 10% of your business revenue to learning and development activities. This might include books, courses, and educational materials. Conferences, workshops, and training events. Coaching, mentoring, and mastermind programs. Experimentation budgets for testing new approaches. Treat this learning budget as a non-negotiable business expense, just like rent or insurance. Your business's future depends on your continued growth and development. Strategy 2, the Failure Analysis Protocol. Create a systematic process for analyzing and learning from setbacks. After any significant failure or disappointment, document exactly what happened without emotional judgment. Identify the specific factors that contributed to the outcome. Determine what you could have done differently with the knowledge you had at the time. Extract actionable lessons that can inform future decisions. Share these lessons with mentors, peers, or team members for additional insight. Strategy 3, the Quarterly Skills Assessment. Every 3 months, evaluate. What new skills has your business demanded that you don't yet have? What skills that were valuable 6 months ago are becoming less important? What capabilities do your most successful competitors have that you lack? What knowledge would most dramatically improve your business results? Use this assessment to prioritize your learning agenda for the next quarter. The Pivot Master: How Growth Mindset Saves Businesses. Let me tell you about Marcus, whose growth mindset literally saved his business during a major market disruption. Marcus had built a successful business providing in-person training workshops for corporate teams. For 3 years, his business grew steadily, generating over $300,000 annually through scheduled workshops at client locations. Then 2020 happened, and overnight, Marcus's entire business model became impossible. No in-person meetings meant no workshops, which meant no revenue. A fixed mindset response would have been to wait for the market to return to normal, cut costs, and hope to survive until in-person training was possible again. But Marcus had growth mindset. Instead of seeing the pandemic as the end of his business, he saw it as an opportunity to innovate and expand his capabilities. Within 2 weeks, Marcus had researched online training platforms and begun converting his workshops to virtual formats. Within a month, he had developed interactive online experiences that were actually more engaging than many of his in-person workshops. Within 6 months, Marcus discovered that virtual training allowed him to serve clients nationwide instead of just locally, and that he could deliver more workshops per week without travel time constraints. By the end of 2020, Marcus's business had grown to over $450,000 in revenue, 50% more than his best previous year. The crisis that could have destroyed his business instead catalyzed its biggest growth phase because Marcus approached it with growth mindset. Building anti-fragile business systems. Growth mindset entrepreneurs don't just adapt to change, they build businesses that get stronger from challenges and disruptions. This concept, called anti-fragility, means creating systems that actually benefit from stress and uncertainty. Anti-fragile business characteristics. Multiple revenue streams so that disruption in one area doesn't threaten the whole business. Flexible systems that can be quickly reconfigured for new opportunities. Strong relationships and networks that provide support and opportunities during challenges. Financial reserves that allow for strategic investments during difficult times. Skills and capabilities that transfer across different markets and applications. The compound effect of growth mindset. Here's what makes growth mindset so powerful in entrepreneurship: the benefits compound exponentially over time. Year 1, growth mindset helps you learn faster and adapt quicker than competitors. Year 2, your accumulated learning allows you to see opportunities others miss. Year 3, your adaptability helps you navigate challenges that stop less flexible competitors. Year 4, your continuous innovation keeps you ahead of market changes. Year 5, your accumulated capabilities allow you to pursue opportunities that seemed impossible when you started. Meanwhile, fixed mindset entrepreneurs often see their advantages erode over time as markets change and competitors innovate. Creating your personal growth system. To make growth mindset a permanent part of your entrepreneurial approach, create systematic processes that ensure continuous development. Weekly growth activities. Read industry publications and business development materials. Listen to podcasts or watch videos featuring successful entrepreneurs. Experiment with one new tool, technique, or approach in your business. Connect with one new person who could provide learning or opportunities. Monthly growth activities. Complete a formal learning program, online course, workshop, etc. Seek feedback from customers, mentors, or peers on your business performance. Analyze your biggest challenge from the past month and research solutions. Set learning goals for the upcoming month based on your business needs. Quarterly growth activities. Attend a conference, intensive workshop, or mastermind event. Complete a comprehensive skills assessment and update your learning priorities. Seek out a new mentor or advisor who can challenge your thinking. Evaluate and update your business strategies based on new knowledge and market changes. Remember, the goal isn't to know everything or be perfect at everything. The goal is to be continuously growing, learning, and adapting faster than your challenges are evolving. Your business success will ultimately be limited not by market conditions, competition, or economic factors, but by your own willingness to grow beyond who you are today. In our final chapter, we're going to explore how growth mindset combines with leadership development to create the ultimate entrepreneurial capability, the ability to build and lead teams that can execute your vision and scale your impact far beyond what you could achieve alone. Chapter 16: Leadership and Team Building. From doing everything to leading others. There comes a moment in every entrepreneur's journey when they face the ultimate test of their business building skills. Can you transform from someone who does great work to someone who leads others to do great work? This transition from solopreneur to leader is where many promising businesses plateau and eventually fail. It's also where the most successful entrepreneurs separate themselves from the pack by building organizations that can achieve far more than any individual could accomplish alone. The shift from doing to leading isn't just about growing your business, it's about multiplying your impact, creating lasting value, and building something that can thrive independent of your personal involvement. Today, we're going to explore exactly how to make this crucial transition successfully. The Solopreneur's Dilemma. Picture this scenario: you've built a successful business generating $300,000 per year. You're working 60 hours per week, handling everything from sales calls to customer service to product delivery. Your income is good, but you're completely trapped by your own success. You can't take real vacations because the business stops without you. You can't pursue new opportunities because you're too busy managing current operations. You can't scale beyond your personal capacity because everything depends on your direct involvement. This is exactly where I found myself 3 years into building my first business. I had created what I thought was entrepreneurial success, but I had actually built myself the world's most demanding job. I was making good money, but I wasn't building real wealth or creating lasting value. The breakthrough came when I realized that my goal shouldn't be to get better at doing everything myself, it should be to get better at enabling others to achieve excellent results without my constant oversight. That realization changed everything about how I approached business building. The leadership mindset shift. The transition from doing to leading requires a fundamental mindset shift that many entrepreneurs struggle to make. From, "How can I do this better?" to, "How can we do this better?" From, "I need to fix this problem," to, "How can I develop systems that prevent this problem?" From, "I'm the only one who can do this right," to, "How can I enable others to do this excellently?" This shift is challenging because it requires letting go of control over the details while taking responsibility for the outcomes. It means trusting others to represent your business and deliver your standards of quality. But here's what makes this transition worth the discomfort: when you successfully shift from doing to leading, you unlock exponential rather than linear growth potential. Instead of being limited by your personal capacity, you become limited only by your ability to attract, develop, and inspire talented people. The 4 stages of team building. Successful team building follows a predictable progression that smart entrepreneurs navigate strategically. Stage 1, the strategic addition, first hire. Your first hire is the most critical because it sets the foundation for your entire company culture and operational approach. Common first hire mistakes. Hiring someone just like you instead of someone who complements your skills. Choosing the cheapest option rather than the best value. Hiring for current needs without considering future growth requirements. Focusing only on technical skills while ignoring cultural fit. Strategic first hire approach. Identify your biggest bottleneck or your least enjoyable essential task. Hire someone who can excel in that area while sharing your commitment to quality. Invest more money upfront to get someone who can grow with the business. Create clear systems and processes before bringing them on board. Let me tell you about Jennifer, who made a brilliant first hire decision. Jennifer had built a successful graphic design business but was spending 50% of her time on administrative tasks she didn't enjoy and wasn't particularly good at. Instead of hiring another designer, Jennifer hired an operations manager who could handle project management, client communications, and business administration. This freed Jennifer to focus entirely on creative work and business development. Within 6 months, Jennifer's business had grown by 40% because she could take on more projects and spend more time on high-value activities. The operations manager became the foundation for all future growth because they established systems that could support a much larger team. Stage 2, the multiplication phase, team development. Once you've successfully integrated your first team member, you can begin building a complete team that multiplies your capabilities. Key principles for this stage. Hire for potential and cultural fit, then train for skills. Create documented processes that ensure consistency regardless of who's executing. Establish clear communication systems and regular feedback loops. Build redundancy so that no single person, including you, becomes indispensable. Stage 3, the delegation evolution, management layer. As your team grows beyond 5 to 7 people, you need to develop managers who can lead teams themselves, freeing you to focus on strategic rather than operational leadership. Stage 4, the visionary leadership, executive development. In mature businesses, your role evolves to setting vision, developing strategy, and building the next generation of leaders who can eventually run the business without your daily involvement. The art of effective delegation. Delegation is one of the most misunderstood skills in entrepreneurship. Most business owners think delegation means giving tasks to other people. But effective delegation means transferring both responsibility and authority for achieving outcomes. Poor delegation. Please update our social media accounts daily with the content I'll provide. Effective delegation. Please develop and execute a social media strategy that increases our qualified leads by 25% within 90 days. Here's our brand guideline and budget parameters. Let's meet weekly to discuss progress and obstacles. The delegation framework. 1. Define the desired outcome. Be clear about what success looks like, but allow flexibility in how it's achieved. 2. Establish boundaries and resources. Specify budget limits, timeline requirements, and any constraints they need to work within. 3. Agree on check-in protocols. Determine how often you'll review progress and what information you need to stay informed without micromanaging. 4. Transfer both responsibility and authority. Give them the power to make decisions within agreed-upon parameters, not just the responsibility to execute your decisions. 5. Provide support without taking over. Be available for guidance and problem-solving, but resist the urge to jump in and do the work yourself when challenges arise. Building company culture that attracts top talent. The most successful entrepreneurs understand that great team members aren't just employees, they're partners in building something meaningful. This requires creating a company culture that attracts people who want more than just a paycheck. Elements of magnetic company culture. Clear mission and vision. People want to be part of something bigger than themselves. Articulate why your business exists beyond just making money, and how each person's work contributes to that larger purpose. Growth and development opportunities. Top performers want to continuously improve their skills and advance their careers. Provide training, mentoring, and clear paths for professional growth. Autonomy and ownership. Great people want to make decisions and see the direct impact of their work. Give them ownership of outcomes, not just tasks. Recognition and reward systems. Acknowledge excellent performance both publicly and financially. People need to know their contributions are valued and that excellence is rewarded. I know an entrepreneur who built a $5 million marketing agency with this approach. Instead of just hiring people to fill positions, he recruited people who wanted to become marketing experts and business leaders. He provided extensive training, gave team members equity stakes in major client relationships, and created internal promotion paths that allowed people to build their own teams. His turnover rate was less than 5% annually while the industry average was over 30%, and he consistently attracted candidates away from larger, better-funded competitors. The economics of great team building. Many entrepreneurs resist investing in top talent because they focus only on salary costs. But great team members don't cost money, they generate money. The ROI of excellence. A great salesperson might cost 50% more than an average one, but they often generate 200 to 300% more revenue. A great operations manager might command a higher salary, but they can eliminate inefficiencies that save far more than their additional cost. A great customer service representative might cost more hourly, but they retain customers and generate referrals that create ongoing value. The key is measuring team member value by their total contribution to business results, not just their salary expense. Common leadership mistakes that kill growth. Mistake 1: the control trap. Trying to maintain control over every decision and process. This creates bottlenecks, frustrates talented people, and prevents scalable growth. Solution: focus on controlling outcomes and standards, not methods and processes. Mistake 2: the clone fantasy. Expecting team members to work exactly like you do and make the same decisions you would make. Solution: hire people who complement your skills and bring different perspectives to challenges. Mistake 3: the micromanagement disease. Delegating tasks but not authority, then constantly checking and correcting how work is being done. Solution: set clear expectations and review results, not methods. Mistake 4: the friendship confusion. Trying to be everyone's friend instead of being an effective leader. Solution: be supportive and respectful, but maintain clear boundaries between personal relationships and professional accountability. Developing your leadership skills. Leadership isn't an innate talent, it's a learnable set of skills that can be developed systematically. Communication skills. Learn to articulate vision and expectations clearly. Develop active listening skills to understand team member concerns and ideas. Practice giving feedback that's specific, actionable, and constructive. Strategic thinking. Focus on long-term outcomes rather than just immediate problems. Learn to see patterns and connections that others miss. Develop the ability to prioritize effectively when everything seems important. Emotional intelligence. Understand how your emotions affect your decision-making and team interactions. Learn to recognize and respond appropriately to others' emotional states. Develop empathy without losing your ability to make difficult decisions. Decision-making frameworks. Create systematic approaches to common business decisions. Learn when to make decisions quickly versus when to gather more information. Develop the confidence to make decisions with incomplete information. Your Leadership Development Action Plan. Phase 1, Self-Leadership, Months 1 to 3. Master your own productivity, decision-making, and emotional regulation before trying to lead others. Phase 2, First Follower, Months 4 to 9. Successfully hire, train, and integrate your first team member. Phase 3, Team Leadership, Months 10 to 18. Build and lead a small team that can operate effectively with your guidance. Phase 4. Organizational Leadership, Year 2+. Develop managers and systems that allow the business to grow beyond your direct involvement. The ultimate leadership test. Here's how you'll know you've successfully made the transition from doing to leading. Your business performs better when you're not there than when you are. This doesn't mean you're not valuable to the organization. It means you've built systems, developed people, and created culture that enables excellent performance independent of your constant oversight. When you reach this point, you'll have achieved something truly remarkable. You'll have created an organization that multiplies human potential, generates wealth for multiple families, and creates value that extends far beyond your personal contribution. This is the difference between building a job and building a legacy. In our final chapter, we're going to explore how everything we've covered in this book comes together to create your new reality as a business owner who thinks, acts, and builds wealth like an entrepreneur rather than hoping someone else will provide financial security like an employee. Conclusion: your new reality. The compound effect of thinking like an entrepreneur. If you've made it this far in our journey together, something profound has already happened in your mind. You no longer see the world the same way you did when you first started listening to this audiobook. Where you once saw problems, you now see opportunities. Where you once accepted limitations, you now question assumptions. Where you once sought security through dependence on others, you now understand that real security comes from your ability to create value and solve problems. This transformation didn't happen by accident. It happened because you've systematically rewired your thinking from employee mindset to entrepreneur mindset. You've learned to think like someone who builds wealth rather than someone who hopes wealth will be provided for them. What you've accomplished. Let's take a moment to acknowledge the mental journey you've completed. You've shattered the illusion of job security and learned to build real security through multiple income streams and valuable skills. You've escaped the time for money trap and discovered how to create systems that generate wealth whether you're actively working or not. You've broken free from permission-based thinking and developed the confidence to take ownership of outcomes rather than waiting for assignments. You've transformed your relationship with risk from fear-based avoidance to intelligence-based management and opportunity recognition. You've developed the ability to see business opportunities everywhere while others see only problems and inconveniences. You've shifted from scarcity-based money beliefs to abundance-based wealth-building strategies. Most importantly, you've proven to yourself that entrepreneurial thinking isn't reserved for a special class of people. It's a learnable set of skills and perspectives that anyone can develop and apply. The compound effect of your transformation. But here's what makes this transformation truly powerful. The changes you've made in how you think will compound over months and years to create results that seem almost miraculous to people who haven't made this shift. 6 months from now. You'll notice opportunities that others completely miss. You'll automatically think in terms of systems and scalability. You'll make financial decisions based on long-term wealth building rather than short-term comfort. 1 year from now. You'll have built income streams that didn't exist when you started this book. You'll have developed skills that make you more valuable in any market. You'll have created systems that work without your constant attention. 3 years from now. You'll have built genuine financial security through assets you own and control. You'll have developed the confidence that comes from proving you can create value and generate income in multiple ways. You'll be helping others make the same transformation you've made. 5 years from now. You'll look back at who you were before this transformation and be amazed at how limited your thinking used to be. You'll have created wealth, impact, and opportunities that seemed impossible when you were thinking like an employee. Your action plan moving forward. Knowledge without action is just expensive entertainment. The concepts you've learned in this book only create value when you apply them consistently in your daily life and business decisions. Your first 30 days. Implement the 5 daily practices from Chapter 11 to continue rewiring your mindset. Begin the opportunity audit process to start identifying business possibilities. Assess your current spending through the asset versus liability framework. Connect with at least 3 people who think like entrepreneurs. Your first 90 days. Launch your first small-scale test of a business idea or income stream. Establish automatic investment systems to begin building wealth assets. Begin reading, listening, and learning from successful entrepreneurs regularly. Start building the skills that will be most valuable for your chosen business model. Your first year. Build at least one alternative income stream that generates $1,000 plus per month. Develop a comprehensive wealth building plan with specific targets and timelines. Create systems in your life that free up time for higher value activities. Build relationships with mentors and peers who support your entrepreneurial growth. The legacy you're building. This transformation isn't just about you. Every person who makes the shift from employee thinking to entrepreneur thinking creates ripple effects that benefit their family, community, and economy. When you build a successful business, you create employment opportunities for others. When you solve problems through entrepreneurship, you make life better for customers and communities. When you build wealth through value creation, you demonstrate what's possible for others who are ready to make the same journey. Your children will grow up seeing entrepreneurial thinking as normal rather than exceptional. Your friends and family will be inspired by your example to question their own limitations and assumptions. Your community will benefit from the businesses, jobs, and innovations you create. The choice that changes everything. Ultimately, the difference between building wealth and staying financially limited comes down to one fundamental choice. Will you take responsibility for creating your own financial future, or will you hope that someone else will provide it for you? Will you develop the skills and mindset necessary to create value and solve problems, or will you remain dependent on others to determine your worth and income? Will you build assets that work for you, or will you spend your entire life working for assets that belong to someone else? These aren't just business decisions, they're life decisions. They determine whether you'll spend your career building someone else's wealth or building your own. They determine whether you'll retire when you want to or when you're forced to. They determine whether you'll leave a legacy of financial wisdom or financial struggle. Your new identity. As you continue applying these principles, you'll notice that your identity begins to shift. You'll stop thinking of yourself as someone who has a job and start thinking of yourself as someone who creates value and solves problems. You'll stop hoping for raises and promotions and start focusing on building assets and systems. You'll stop trading time for money and start building wealth that compounds over time. You'll stop seeking security through dependence and start creating security through capability and ownership. This identity shift is permanent once it happens completely. You can never go back to thinking that your financial future is entirely in someone else's hands, because you'll know too much about your own ability to create wealth through value creation. The ripple effect. One of the most rewarding aspects of entrepreneurial success is realizing that your transformation enables you to help others make the same journey. Every entrepreneur I know eventually becomes a mentor, teacher, or inspiration for others who are ready to make this shift. Your success gives you the credibility to share these concepts with others. Your wealth gives you the resources to invest in other people's growth and development. Your experience gives you the wisdom to guide others through challenges you've already overcome. The time is now. There has never been a better time in human history to think and act like an entrepreneur. Technology has lowered the barriers to starting businesses, reaching customers, and building wealth in ways that previous generations couldn't imagine. You have access to more information, tools, and opportunities than any generation before you. The only question is whether you'll use these resources to build wealth or just consume information and entertainment. The economy rewards people who solve problems, create value, and build systems. It always has, and it always will. The only variable is whether you'll develop the mindset and skills to be one of those people. Your commitment to yourself. Before you finish listening to this audiobook, I want you to make a commitment to yourself. Commit to never again accepting financial limitations as permanent or unchangeable. Commit to continuously developing the skills and mindset that create opportunities rather than waiting for opportunities to be given to you. Commit to building wealth through assets and systems rather than just earning wages through time and effort. Commit to thinking like an owner rather than an employee in every situation you encounter. Most importantly, commit to becoming the kind of person who proves that entrepreneurial success is possible for anyone willing to think differently about money, opportunity, and their own potential. Your journey continues. This book is not the end of your entrepreneurial education, it's the beginning. The concepts you've learned here are foundation blocks that you'll build upon for the rest of your career and life. Keep learning. Keep growing. Keep challenging assumptions, both your own and others. Keep building systems and assets. Keep solving problems and creating value. And remember, every day you think like an entrepreneur instead of like an employee, you're not just building wealth, you're building a better version of yourself. The world needs more people who take ownership, create value, solve problems, and build wealth through entrepreneurship rather than waiting for someone else to provide financial security. You have everything you need to be one of those people. Your new reality starts now.
I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please don't forget to like, comment and share this video. Also don't forget to subscribe the channel and press the bell icon, so that you don't miss out the next video. For now, you can continue with the next video or can go through the complete playlist provided here.